Greetings and salutations, and welcome to another episode of Watt's World, the show about everything and nothing all at one time. You just never know what you just might get here at Watt's World. It's good to see everybody. Miss Meadow, Terry King, Sandy, and Mare, Bella Vanilla, good to see you. Anthony Crouch, good to see you. Be charming, a pleasure as always. Another beautiful day here on Georgia. Got a lot done at work. Got some side projects done after work. Sunny. I think we got up to about 88 here today. Beautiful day, beautiful day. Almost got another house completely wired up. After tomorrow, we'll definitely have this one in the books. It's it's about a 3,500 square foot house, 5 bedrooms, uh, 3 baths. 78 in Michigan. It probably feels like it's about 78 here right now. I don't feel like it's cooled down a whole lot since the sun went down. A little bit more of a steady breeze, but that's about it. 20 degrees Celsius and goes down to 8 Celsius tonight. I don't appreciate that. That's too cold. That's too cold for the wildlife. Only time I get that cold is when I'm getting some ice cream. You know? Very few and far in between. And Garvey, good to see you. Fancy Oak, always a pleasure to see you. I hope you enjoying this beautiful springtime weather we have in the South. Or what they call spring. Few of these days, these last couple of weeks, felt like we just got straight to summer. And still, I think it's what, April the 23rd. So it's day 23 of no April showers here on Georgia. I think they're threatening to give us some rain this weekend. I think that, matter of fact, the only chance that they're showing at all is Saturday and Sunday. I think Saturdays are probably, I think they got it listed at about 50% and Sundays 30%. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, B. Charmin. I was going to get to that eventually, but thank you for sparking my memory. The air quality here in Augusta, Georgia was absolutely horrible. Um, and they were saying it was all allegedly because of the wildfires, but there's wildfires going on in South Georgia. I think they the Georgia Forestry Commission said that on their paperwork by their analytics that the weekend of April the 18th to, to April the 20th, that weekend there were 98 wildfires reported in the state of Georgia. I forget the specific total number of acreage, but it was uh, over 20 something thousand at that point. Um, I think some reports had it close to 30,000, but yeah, the air quality here was just horrible. I mean, you couldn't, it was hard to distinguish between the clouds and the smoke. But there's also wildfires going on in South Carolina, which isn't that far from me, probably about 40 minutes in Trenton, South Carolina. They've been dealing with wildfires over there the last couple weeks because it's just as dry over there as it is over here. No rain in over a month. You know, it's definitely a breeding ground for those type of situations. Oh, yeah, up to 60,000 now. Yeah, most of the wildfires going on here in Georgia is at the bottom third of the state. Um, all 159 counties in the state of Georgia are under a drought advisory, which we've been under in a drought, going through a drought, experiencing a drought for some years now, as far as just being under the level of where we should be. But all 59 counties are in a drought advisory, no ban, no burn ban. Uh, 2/3 of the state of Georgia is in level, what do they call it? Level 3 drought or higher. And those areas that are level 3 drought or higher are mainly in southern Georgia where the fires are going through. Doc P, good to see you. I hope all is well. Miss Bonnie, good to see you. You're going to have to ask Jenny Lee on YouTube what's going on. I'm not sure who Jenny Lee is. Maybe I need to look her up. Vicky, good to see you. I think I've been looking at different reports from different counties that are reporting and experiencing wildfires. Some have been contained to a certain degree. Of course, with it being so dry and so windy the last couple of days, it's been hard to get a good read on it. Um, some have been contained to a certain degree, some haven't. It's just kind of hit and miss. Different areas is affected in different ways. But it was crazy how the only yesterday you could. I mean, the air quality's been rough, but yesterday you could definitely see it, smell it, feel it. But today, uh, nothing. You couldn't smell any smoke. The sky was clear. There was a slight breeze, but it wasn't any more windy or breezy than it was yesterday. So I don't know what made yesterday so bad. I don't know. Channel. Okay, Jenny Lee on YouTube. I have to remember that and look it up. I haven't looked into it specifically, but I have heard different reports on the fleas and the ticks. Um, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't dug into it deeper myself, but I have heard people talk about it. Certain news stories has come across my feed, whether how factually true they are or what. I have noticed them. Nice, just in time for the weekend. More solar flares popping off. I love it. I love it. Oh yeah, it's a lot more to the ticks, I'm sure. I know some channels have spoken on it. Some channels have explained their findings, what they're viewing, what people are saying they're seeing on site on the ground. But yeah, something else. Seems like every season is something new. You know, it was the I remember years ago they was talking about doing something with the ladybugs. Then it was the flies. Then it was the mosquitoes. And then they did something with the roaches or something. Now it's the ticks. You know, as long as they don't start messing with the spiders, man. We don't need any mutated spiders. We already got the radioactive mutated hornets. You know, we've already got those things here. We don't need anything else. Oh yeah, I forgot about the murder hornets. Oh, we had one worse. We had what did they call them? The radioactive. Uh, it was some other word they threw in there. Radioactive. No, it wasn't biohazard. Something radioactive hornets. That story made national news last year, towards the end of last year, when they found out that a nest, hive, or a colony of these radioactive hornets, they say. It's wild stuff. Wild, wild stuff, I tell you. Oh, no doubt. All the warfares, physical, spiritual, mental, biological, uh, any type of word you could think of to plug in there. It is definitely that. Just a little bit of borax, you know. A little borax will do. A dab will do you. I know it didn't. um, what was up? I totally lost my train of thought. Miss Sherry, good evening. Good to see you. Well, you be careful. You be careful, Sherry. You batten down the hatches. Hopefully, we get some rain and some storms this weekend. Lord knows we need it. Man, we need it. Was working on wiring up that house today, and started hearing lawnmowers and stuff go off. And I said, man, who the heck is out here cutting grass in the middle of April? No rain. What do they got going on? You know? And the neighbor to one of the neighbors to the house that we're building, they was over there cutting. I'm like, well, I don't know what they're cutting. There's no grass there. I guess they're just practicing, you know. I guess they figured if they just go out and do it a couple times, maybe that's their rain dance. But yeah, I'm like, there is nothing to cut. They just needed something to do, you know. They needed to feel like they needed was some grass that needed to be cut. I said, dude, the only thing you doing is just making a dust storm. Shoot, I ain't had to cut my grass since shoot last month sometime. I mean it's growing, but I mean it ain't enough to worry about cutting it, you know, especially with not getting no rain. I just been kind of focusing all my efforts, resources, and reserves to just keep the plants and the vegetables and the flowers and stuff going that I got going. No, that's right. We definitely need the rain. Hopefully, we get some Saturday and Sunday. We'll still be below the deficit or whatever the correct precipitation is they say we're supposed to have, but it'll still help out. I rode down past the river, we're down by the river this evening, and man, you could tell it's low. Between the lack of rain and uh, the Army Corps of Engineers shutting down certain flowage of the water, yeah, it's definitely low. You can tell. I'm gonna go down there and look at it this weekend when I got some time off, get a gauge at it. But shoot, yeah, it looks like it's a couple feet low at least. There you go. Harvest the dandelions. Yeah. Yeah, the dandelions ain't slowed down. I got a bunch of them I could harvest. Good thing about them with their tap roots, they can find the water. Grandson done it twice. First was more winter cleanup and leaves and the weeds and the nuts. Yeah. Oh, I know, Mary. A lot of states. Uh, Interesting to track this year's spring so far. You know, kind of how the some parts of the country have been kind of split in half as far as weather. Some people's been getting record rainfalls, flooding. I mean, hearing about flooding in places like what was it, Michigan and Wisconsin, Indiana, those places around there. Not saying it doesn't happen, but from my limited viewpoint, you know, it doesn't seem like a very common thing. And then you got the other half of the country that's just in whatever level of drought or lack of rainfall thereof. It's something else. Hopefully it ain't a telltale sign of what this summer could be like. Hopefully it's just a phase, a season, you know. Definitely would love some rain, but no destruction in the process. Mm, 9 days. Man. And I remember one summer, I think it was, I don't know, I probably already told this story. It ain't really a story, really, but I think it was like 2012. It rained every single day for the month of June and like the first couple weeks of July. Some days it might have just been like a little shower or something like that. Some days it was a downpour. But every single day for the month of June and like the first 2 weeks of July, it rained every day, 40 something days straight. And you got certain crops and certain orchards. Um, I know the farmers and stuff, they have they have irrigation and stuff like that they can run to make up the deficit, but still it's just something about a good rain. It does something to the plants, to the trees, to everything. Nothing else. It kind of just washes away all the funk that everything picks up from day to day life. Peace, Dynamo. Good to see you. Welcome to Watts World. The panel verses are merging. We've got a existential crisis, and we're trying not to press the red button. I'm glad you could make it. Hope all is well. My schedule changes on Monday, and construction on street starts at 6 a.m. Planning to do a water sewer. Oh, that's going to be fun. Yeah, that's one positive aspect about the drought. Yeah, hopefully it keeps down the mosquito population. Um, I've noticed a few. I think it was what last weekend. I noticed a few in the evening time sitting outside, but other than that, yeah, no mosquitoes. It's warm enough and everything's alive enough that all the other bugs and creatures and critters are stirring about. But thank God the mosquitoes ain't woke up yet. You know, I'll take that as a good sign right now. Oh, I bet B. I bet yeah. If you living in pretty much any part of Florida, you know, rain is in the forecast in some form or fashion. Oh, it does. The weather affects everything. Um, and even like beyond the the physical or like the material things we see, you know, like food, livestock, crops and stuff. It just affects people's mental. I believe it affects their mental stability, mental status, ability to be remain grounded. you know, not just necessarily hot weather or drought or lack of rain, but just, you know, lack of anything good is going to just cause to an imbalance, just like an excess of anything. Everything's good in moderation, but weather cycles, weather patterns, me personally, this is just my thoughts and observations. I'm not a scholar by any means. I just read a lot of high end fortune cookies, but I do believe personally that weather patterns, weather cycles, whether they be natural, organic, or they be man made, I do believe they all affect us in some form or fashion. Um, it does affect everyone differently. You know, I think we all have that natural frequency that makes us human. Our soul, whatever it may, has a frequency, but I think there's also other vibrations and frequencies that people could ride off of. Just because you can't feel it, like the vibration of a direct sound or something like that, doesn't mean it's not affecting something. Max Vision, good to see you. I hope all is well. Food Forest Permaculture, good to see you. I hope all is well. Happy growing. I hope all is growing well. Oh man, you got the Canadian mosquitoes. Mm, okay, that's right. You did say you were in Northwest Georgia. I have to pay the pest people to spray my yard with mosquitoes and ticks. Oh man. Mm. Yeah, B. Eventually, I like to get some things like that set up. I like to get me some bees, have them set up. Um, Definitely help out with the gardens and things I got growing. Boost that, just kind of boost the overall natural ecosystem. And then if I could get some honey, you know, I don't care about selling it or making no money, but if I could have me enough where I wouldn't have to buy any honey, I could just get enough for my own personal supply. That would be a total win. Yeah, hummingbirds. Got a pretty big ladybug, dragonfly population. I'm not sure what all dragonflies eat. I know they eat different insects and things like that. They may consume mosquitoes. I don't know. Oh, Vicky, yeah, there's tons. There's tons. I got like 7 or 8 direct sources of people that I get local honey from. Um, and there's probably dozens more that I haven't even met or don't even know about. Um, I know a guy, probably one of the newer people that I've met and got honey from. He's got a pretty big bee population, colonies, whatever you call it. And he told me whenever I want to, just give him a shout, come out there and check it out. I need to give him a call soon, set something up. I like to do that. I'm not really like fearful of the bees. I've been, stung by bees, stuff like that. It don't really bother me. So I mean, as long as it was in the right setting and I, you know, understood what all was going on, I definitely would like to be a part of it. That's awesome. Yeah, the honey, the beeswax. Yeah, I love to utilize all that for different personal reasons, personal benefits, personal uses. I don't really care about, selling or making any money off of nothing like that. If there was excess, if there was abundance, friends and family, they would definitely get something. But yeah, I'm not trying to set up shop as Bob the beekeeper. Just, personal growth. Let's see here. Let's see what happens when I press this button. Y'all stand by. Things could get crazy. Hmm. All right, we'll do this, and we'll do this. See if we can collect any brave people. Any brave people willing to come talk about it. But yeah, I've did a lot of, well, not a lot, but I've did a good bit of research on different things like that. So once I get it kind of established, get it going, I got another friend of mine that does stuff like that. Whenever I get ready, he's got extra boxes, extra, pretty much everything that I would need to get set up. I just got to go ahead and go with it and go out there and pick up the stuff. See, I knew it, Fancy. I felt the Bob vibe. I think if a person was named Bob and they had an evil twin, it would just be Bob backwards. I keep bees, catch swarms, but I don't do. Okay. Oh wow! So you used to do bee? Um, you used to get calls to do like removals of hives and stuff. That's pretty cool. I've seen different people's videos and stuff online where people do that. Um, there's one I forget the lady's name. I always forget the channels. I remember it when I see it, but just to think of it, the top of my head, I can't remember. But yeah, she does that type of thing. She posts a lot of videos. People and stuff will call them up and say, "Hey, I got a bee problem," and it's pretty cool watching them find it, find the queen, get them all migrated over, transported out safely. It's definitely a process. Wow. But Terry, one night you need to come up and talk about it. Tell us about that. That'd be a pretty cool story to hear. If you're ever up to it, you're more than welcome. But yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing how they can get into those type of things. Walls, floors, all type of stuff. Well, Mary, you be safe. Keep us posted. Let us know what's going on. Yeah, I can't remember the lady's name. She's kind of like I don't know, shorter, petite, kind of blonde haired lady. I forget what state she's out of, but yeah, she's pretty cool. Wow. Yeah, you got to come up and tell us about that sometime, Terry. That'd be awesome. Took 10 days, found 4 hives, and gathered 40 gallons of honey. Man, I couldn't imagine. Shoot, even 40 gallons split up between 6 people. I mean, that's a good bit. I wouldn't even know where to start. I need to ask that guy. That guy that told me I could come out there and take a tour of his bees and stuff. I need to ask him if he does stuff like that. If there's anybody around here that does stuff like that. I'm pretty sure whatever network or circles the beekeepers or the producers roam in, I'm pretty sure there's a network for it. I'd like to reach out and find one of those type of people. That'd be a cool story. Well, Terry, if you ever feel up to it, feel free. You don't have to turn your camera on or do anything like that, but yeah, that'd be a cool story to hear. One of these days I'll get the bee charming up here to talk about it. One of these days I'll have to get her up here. Nice. Yeah, that's good stuff there. Yeah, there's nothing like some good local honey. Of course, all honey's good honey, but you Your local honey's got all the local pollens and everything in it you need. Let's see what's going on there. Oh, it's all we got chaos going on in the back rooms, y'all. Hold on. Somebody done flipped over the microwave, the chair, all the cushions is thrown off the sofa. What is going on back there? Bonnie, who destroyed the back room? I just
I'm
cleaned up back there.
well, you know.
Marty McFizzle, good to see you. Welcome to Watts World. I hope all is well.
Oh no. I need to be excused a second. Sorry, what?
All right, take your time. We got all night. 420 Wild Dragon, flame on. Good to see you, my friend. I hope all is well in the great white yonder of Canadia. From the founding of America until the first day of this year, or 26, is 211 days and 26. I love it. Give us some more numbers, Marty McFizzle. Drop some numbers on us. $91,126 days. Huh. Because it's an emergency, because Z is 26 or the end of the alphabet. You may be on to something, Marty. Who knows? I know us time travelers, we may view things a little differently. Bet, like the betting scandals on TV. Huh? Huh? The betting scandals on the television. 2033. Mm, that'd be an interesting year. Just sounds interesting, you know? You too, Marty. Be blessed. You be safe out there time traveling. I think Bonnie had to do a little time traveling herself, you know? No, right? So what's going on in y'all's worlds? What's on your mind? Any thoughts, concerns, rants, raves? Talk to me. Tell me about it. Mother Freedom, good evening. Good to see you. I hope all is well. You know, just another Thursday night thunder here at Watts World. A little bit of this, a lot of that, maybe a nothing of anything, you know? Who knows? Oh, I bet. Um, I know it can be regional, but it seems like the first couple months of the year usually have some pretty good harvests. Um, some pretty interesting stuff that you may not see again to the next season, you know? There's good stuff all throughout the year, but I don't know. Just seems like that first quarter hits a little bit different, you know? No pun intended. Not the Skywalker OG. Man, I forgot you are a Jedi, so that is fitting. I wouldn't expect a Jedi to puff on anything less than Skywalker. I don't know. I don't know what you call my batch. They always tell me it's some crazy name. I always forget it. It's like it's that bizarre you just can't remember it. It's just instantly forgettable. Give me 1 second. Dragon Scales Live Rosin. There you go. Guess if you want to get high, you're gonna have to do it on the back of a dragon. Guess that makes sense. That'll definitely get you there. I think no, she had to step away for just a moment. She said she'd be right back. I don't know. I forgot what the dude said it was called. I think he said it was called gumbo, like the food gumbo. It was gumbo something. I don't know. Never heard of it, never had it, but it's a pretty good batch. He said it was one of them things you probably won't see it again until next season. It's like a seasonal variety, whatever that means. No, for whatever it's worth, it seemed like I don't think it came the gas price came down over a whole. I think it's been a couple weeks, and now that the gas tax is finally like cycled through, uh, gas has went down some in certain places, certain stations. Uh, I don't know, probably about 10 cent, maybe 10, 12 cent, but overall, it's still well above, well over $3 here. I think the diesel's still over $5, like five and some change. It's been kind of fluctuating, but 369 in central Indiana. Yeah, I know it. You ain't too far from me, Fancy Oak, so I know y'all need the rain. Y'all ain't been getting none either. I know, right? Plastic gas. There's actually a channel. Um, damn, and to think of it right off the top of my head, I can't remember. But this, some of y'all have probably already seen his channel by this point. But he's allegedly he's developed a process or a system to turn like plastics into I think he calls it plastiline. Um, and allegedly he's figured out how to make several different formulas. A gasoline version, I think a diesel version, one that's more a little bit output for like I don't know, certain type of engines, certain type of motors. But man, I can't remember the name of his channel, but he's based right outside of Atlanta. Um, near Conyers. I think around the Conyers area, which is right outside of Atlanta. Probably about an hour and some change from me. It's pretty cool. Um, see the progress and stuff like that. And he travels around, different expositions, live demonstrations on stuff like that. So who knows? I'll eventually think of his channel name in a minute. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right, Anthony. If they raise it 50 and it goes down 10, yeah, you're not really saving. I mean, you're getting a discount, but you're not really saving. It's a discounted as is price, but overall, yeah, you're still on the hook for 40 cents. Oh man, something else. Be you down there dropping elbows? You down there dropping lbs? What you doing down there? Fancy, you just over there on the missing scientists? Yeah, I don't know. That's something else. I think I saw some news clip or some news article that allegedly uh, they added two more. They added two more scientists to the list allegedly, and they said that they've allegedly already confirmed the deaths of these two. I think it was a man and a woman. They were on a plane. I don't know when the date was or when it happened, but I saw a news flash this evening, kind of just scrolling, seeing what was happening. I think I saw something about that. Allegedly, they added two more to the list. Yeah, there you go. 420 just dropped a link to the guy's channel or video where he talks about converting plastics into a gasoline alternative, uh, if you will. I think he's coined the term plastiline. I could be wrong, but that's what he calls it, plastiline. Yeah, but yeah, Fancy Oak, the different scientists, and then I think when was it? Yesterday, one article popped up on my news feeds. I can't remember what the lady or the woman's name was, but she was allegedly one of these scientists. And something happened to her, and allegedly they showed some clips from a video um, that she posted or recorded. I think in 2022. I think that's when she was presented that she was no longer with us. But allegedly in this video, it shows her like sitting, I guess it was her desk at home, her home office, at her computer, and something happened, like some light or something came through the window, and there was like these burn marks across her hands, and uh, it looked like on her window, it looked like something had. I don't know. It's hard to describe, but it almost looked like some type of heat or some type of interference came through there. And I don't know. Allegedly, this woman, she put out a couple of videos. I think one she talked about her and her ex-boyfriend was at her apartment, at her old apartment or at his apartment, and they used to get like these weird cars that was following them. And then one day she said that uh they were fixing to go somewhere, and she told her boyfriend to go take the trash out and just kind of scope out and see what was in the parking lot, what was going on. And allegedly, he came back and said that there was like a mysterious Lexus. She said we live in a pretty crappy apartment complex. That particular car kind of stood out, and they kind of watched it. And allegedly, she felt that she was under some type of surveillance or some type of overwatch because in this video, she says that her and her ex-boyfriend were mentioning about going out and seeing if they could get the plates or whatever to this car to have some type of proof or evidence. Um, and they said not even less than 30 seconds later, uh, some individual came out of one of the apartments and went to the car, opened the trunk, and like allegedly changed out the plates. Um, and I thought that was kind of an interesting story, whether it happened or it didn't happen. Allegedly they say she's no longer with us, but interesting stuff for sure. Okay, another woman. Yeah, I just watched it one time. I didn't go deep into it, but it was kind of interesting. Jenny Lee on YouTube says Giants are going to wake up this year. Wake up to this year. Bring them on. What else could We got to have the Giants. We got to have the aliens. Um, hell, who knows? Who knows what's next? We may get the Elv and the Oompa Loompas. They may merge and converge and form some type of mythological alliance against us, against the humanoid creatures. I'll definitely check into that, Ed. Definitely. Um, I don't know what the total is up to now. I think like sometime last week, I think it was like around 11 or 12, and I think they've allegedly added a few more to it since then. So I'm not sure what the number's up to. Yeah, loads of speculation. And unfortunately, I mean that's the kind of vacuum that gets created in these type of events or situations or news flashes. Uh, no matter how much truth is put out there, no matter how much truth is found, just the lack of uh, truth or knowledge over it overall just creates like a vacuum, of just information and speculation, and But I think I think a lot of, well, I ain't gonna say a lot. Some people may have or may not have heard about the possibility or the alleged possibility of um, almost hit the wrong button. The some form of anti-gravity or zero gravity event that could or may not or possibly could happen in April, not April, but August. I think it's August this year. But some type of event, whatever it may be, natural, uh, man-made, unnatural, organic, whatever it may be. I think some of the individuals involved was research into like anti-gravity, different type of scenarios. I'm not sure what those scenarios were, whether it be real life zero gravity or is um, dealing with like zero gravity for spacecraft or aircraft or anything like that. I don't know. Ultimately, it would all be similar to the same science and research. If you had the research behind it, it would kind of easily transcend or give some type of understanding if there was a natural event that could happen. August the 12th. There you go. Remember the 12th of August. Nah, don't really have that ring to it. Harvest Merry Moon, good evening. Welcome. I hope all is well. I mean, if nothing else, I mean, for people that like to think or the curiosity bone, I mean, it's an interesting what if. I need to look and do a little bit more research and see what was the range or what was um, what was the radius or the what was going to be affected, on August the 12th allegedly was I don't see it something that could, I don't know. It could be something like regional. It could be like isolated events, but that would be, I don't know. I don't know how that would work being isolated. Like you would just have like a pocket or a dome or a certain vortex or vortices over a population or an area, and it would that you know only that area would be affected by it. I mean, if you're talking like a global scale of zero gravity, oh man, I mean everything, water. I imagine water, sand. I mean, just I don't know. Yeah, I mean, even at 7 seconds, I mean, 7 seconds don't sound like a lot, but um, to any rate of speed of falling, I mean, you could go a pretty good distance in 7 seconds. Um, so, I mean, even at 7 seconds, everything that went up in those 7 seconds is coming back down. Cars, I don't know. I don't know to what would be affected, Uh, I don't know. See what I'm saying? 101, shit happens. Shit happens sometimes. You know what I mean? Now, B, I don't know. That's something I don't know. These were like different government agencies, even NASA. You can go to their official websites, web pages. They have links to this type of stuff. Allegedly, the millions and millions or whatever it is, or billions that they allegedly openly say that they've spent on research or scenarios of something that could happen, um, whether it be man-made or natural. I don't know. Either way, don't sound good. If something like that were to happen. Yeah, your gravity bong would come in handy that day. Oh man, I'm surprised I didn't even think of that scenario yet. That is a good scenario. The rapture, some type of rapture theory, how that could play. Oh yeah, I could definitely um see that happening. But that would have to be like something real specific, some type of energy or some type of frequency or force that would only affect like humans. Um, if it was only like humanoids that were floating around or floating up that were affected by gravity, oh yeah, I could definitely see it going that way, no doubt. Um, yeah, that would definitely be an interesting theory or definitely a viewpoint to look at it from. Yeah, if everything else stays on Earth and you just got humans floating up for 7 seconds, oh yeah, nice, nice. See, that's sometimes the ancestry checks pack pay off. Sometimes they pay off. Donner party, you know. Interesting times we are in for sure, no doubt. Yeah, just hotbox in your closet all day. You got a good foundation. Hopefully, it don't start floating up. You know what I mean? Shoot,
Okay, sorry about that.
everything okay? Coast clear.
Oh, yeah.
All
Uh,
right. Cool.
uh, one of the, I call them my adopted kids. She was telling me about the flooding where she was at, and
How
she
bad
lived.
is it there?
Well, it's not bad now, but that one day, uh, they got like 4 inches all at once, and evacuating the river. The campers at the river and all that. Just and she was like, I heard you made a trip. I said, you weren't supposed to hear that.
Uh-uh. Word gets around fast, you know what I mean? People hear things.
Oh, I know. My kids, they don't keep much secret.
There's always one person in every family. Once that one person finds out, everybody's finding out. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
their one sole purpose, to keep everybody else informed of everything that shouldn't be known.
Well, they all know what a big, uh, that was really a big, huge leap for me.
No, I didn't see that one. Did you hear about that, Bunny? The
Bus
bus fire
fire?
in downtown DC?
I didn't. I saw something about 2 trains wrecked,
There's too much
and
going on.
then there was like a mall
Oh
shooting
yeah, I did see the
in
mall thing
Louisiana,
allegedly. Um,
Baton
I
Rouge.
think it might have been Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah,
I did see that pop up in the news ticker this afternoon.
yeah,
I don't know the level of involvement or injuries or anything like that, but yeah, I did see that.
yeah. Um, yeah, they were saying multiple injuries, but I didn't see any fatalities at that time.
Yeah, hopefully there was none. You know, whatever happened, hopefully it got resolved. To
National Enquirer. I'm sorry.
there you go. See what I'm saying? Every
Yeah.
family's got one. You know, they're there. You love them. You know, some things we wouldn't know without them. We would have been clueless.
Yes. And then praying for one of our ladies. She's pretty scared with the tornadoes heading towards her.
Yeah, no. It's like right now, it's like either you're getting no weather or you're getting all the weather. You know, there ain't no in between. You're not just getting a delightful little shower, you know. You ain't singing in the rain.
No.
Shoot, you inside calling everybody, man, y'all see this? Or nothing, or like where I'm at, just nothing. You know, you're getting beautiful sunny days, but it's just we need the rain.
Yes. Well, it was pretty cloudy today. Although it's warmer, we didn't have any rain. It's showing in the forecast no rain till Tuesday, but it's pretty cloudy.
About the Brinks truck, did you hear about that?
The what?
The Brinks truck, the this right here, what B said.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there was allegedly a heist. I think it was in Pennsylvania. I may be wrong. Don't quote me on the
Mm,
state, but it might have been Pennsylvania. But it was a Brinks truck, allegedly, and they were stopped at a particular facility, and they were going in to, I guess, stock them up on their daily money or however that goes. You know, they were dropping off a shipment, and
uh-huh.
allegedly, two individuals, two armed individuals, came up and completely cleared out what was left in the truck, which they said was uh, roughly 1.2 million or a little over, and got away. I think I haven't looked back into the story since it broke a couple days ago, but allegedly, I don't think they have any suspects. I don't know. It sounded like an inside job
That's what I was gonna
to
say.
me,
That
you
sounds
know.
fishy
Uh,
because from what I've seen with those trucks, it's never left alone.
Broad daylight. Of
Yeah.
course, I don't know the neighborhood and stuff where it's at, but it looked like it was kind of a laxed, you know. I mean, a kind of a relaxed spot. I forgot the location. What was it? A laundromat or I don't know. It was that, but yeah. Usually, there's even the ones around here, whether it be whatever company it is. Usually, yeah, the driver never gets out,
Yeah.
and then there's usually one guy that goes in, and but I don't know if they have another guy in the back or not. No, I don't know that, but usually with the ones I see, there's always the guy in the back that brings the money in or out, and then the driver. And whenever I've seen them, the driver never gets out.
Yes,
Um,
and they're always well armed.
oh, B said 1.8 million plus.
Dang.
Yeah, the bus drop area. Yeah, they were at the bus depot, Bunny. How
Hmm.
shady is that? You know,
Yeah.
you already got people coming and going every which way. I mean, heck, somebody could have easily swapped a couple duffel bags and been 3 blocks over.
Huh.
1.2 is a popular number. I like it. I like 1.2. I don't know why.
And they never
Yeah.
put them in South North Carolina.
Yeah,
Well, I
they
want
went
to
on it.
know how to do that.
What's that?
I need to live up to my name. How to get away with it.
Yeah, that's a lot of cash though.
Yeah, it
Or
is.
even like
To
it was a
help
couple
around.
years ago here on Georgia there was a story. I think it was outside of Atlanta allegedly one of those type of money operating or Brinks or Wells Fargo. They were going around the Atlanta Loop, and allegedly some money came out, and it brought the whole highway to a standstill. People was out trying to get money, get all the money. Then they
I
put
need
out
to
some
be,
type of thing. They said if anybody finds any, make sure you turn it in. You know.
I'll be right back, What? I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, something like that. I mean, it can happen. It's just in today's society with all the cameras and everything watching you, and you know, if the person that did that, they just tell one person, and that person's going to tell everybody. You know, oh, you didn't give me a cut. The heck with you. I'm getting the rent. I'm getting the reward money and ratting you out. It's just I don't know. Heck, even by today's standards, for the right person, I mean, for most people, 2 million in cash. I mean, that could definitely make some moves, make some things happen. Oh, I know. I mean, to have the thought of doing it is one thing, but to actually, yeah, to have the moxie or the balls to do it in broad daylight, you know, even if allegedly it was some inside job or inside involvement, still, you just never know the what ifs, uh, a civilian trying to involve or the random police that just might be just randomly going down the block that day. Anything could happen. Blue Butterfly, good evening. Yeah, I could easily sit on 2 million. Shoot, I could definitely put a dent in a few things and get the way cage was electric. They found it. Huh. Yeah, yeah, Vicky. It was on 280. I think it was on 285 a couple years ago. One of those Brinks or money trucks. Something happened with the door or something. I don't know. The whole story sounded fishy, but yeah, there was literally just piles of cash just floating around in the air. I forget how far the truck got before they realized it. It just all sounded funny. For one, why is nobody in the back with the cash? For two, how long did it take? It seemed like with those type of trucks, there'd be some type of alarm system or engagement system. When I get in my truck, my own personal truck, and go somewhere, it lets me know if which door is open or anything like that. So for something like that to happen, it just sounds fishy. That makes it even weirder that they would have went that far down the road with someone in the back, like, hey, buddy, we got to pull over. We're losing hundreds by the fistful. We look like the freaking Progressive car commercial. We're just throwing money out the window. I mean, it was something like out of a movie. I said, damn, all the times I done been in and around Atlanta, that ain't never happened to me. Shit. It was a blessing. Benjamin Franklin's were just falling from the sky like meatballs. It was raining meatballs in Ben Franklin's. Uh-oh. See here. We could have possibly have our first Martian involvement on the panel. Stand by and stand alert, everyone.
Oh, you pesky rabbit! I'll exterminate you with my P-38 exterminator ray.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You see a wreck happen, your best bet is just to go ahead and get around it because within 30 seconds, anything and everything around it is going to come to a screeching halt. Not because it has to, because people just feel they need to. They completely shut down and just seize up when something like that happens.
I'm completely lost. I just got here. I don't even know what the
I like it.
subject is.
That is one of the possible side effects of being here at Watts World. You could sense some type of confusion, amnesia. You could have a memory
Discombobulation.
erasure or a total recall of some sort. These type of things cannot be confirmed nor denied.
What's up, Harvest? It was good to see you. What's up, Pat? I like to say discombobulated. That's been one of my favorite words this year. Discombobulation. Discombobulated.
But
I
are you
love that.
discombobulated or are you combobulated?
I've been combobulated, but I've also been discombobulated. I guess you have to be both before you know the difference.
Some people may go through life and never know which state they're in. You know, it's
Fire,
sad, dude, to
fire.
never know if you're in combobulation or not.
Yeah, right. Fire in the hole, 420, the tribe. What are you doing here?
The
It's good to see you.
tribe, good to see you, sir. I hope all is
Oh,
well.
Anthony, Blue, Jerry. Geez, they're all here. Be charming. Everybody's here. Sandy is here. They're all
Got a
here,
lot,
man.
got a lot of legends. The tribe, he's definitely a YouTube legend, man. The lore in the YouTube streets is it's amazing.
Mary's in here.
Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow?
Yeah, exactly what he said.
Am I an NPC? Some people would say that. Some people would say that. I wouldn't say that myself.
You mean a
I think
non-player
personally, I do
character?
encounter some NPCs. Um,
A non-player character? Is that what we're talking about? And Garby, Terry King.
non-playable character, yeah, I think so. Just kind of like a character in a Sims game. They're just there. They serve a purpose. We see them.
They
Where do they
stand
go
in the
once they
corner
leave our
doing the
vision?
same
Nobody
thing.
knows. You know.
The guy, yeah, the guys that stand in the corner doing the same thing over and over because they're
Yeah.
stuck.
You always see him there. What is he doing? Where does he go? Why is he there? We don't
Is
know.
Bonnie even here? Is Bonnie? Are you here?
Oh, she had to go meditate for a minute. It got too real just a minute ago, Carl.
Oh,
That might have been why you
oh,
came in confused.
oh, oh.
No, I think she's got family and different things in and about, so she'll be back with us momentarily.
She fell asleep, didn't she?
Ooh, excuse me. It's that gumbo. That gumbo's hitting different, Carl.
Oh no, gumbo, man, sounds like something that would bounce.
You never had gumbo?
I have had gumbo so long ago, I don't really remember what it tastes like.
Oh, you
Even
didn't have good gumbo then if you don't remember it.
it was shrimp gumbo. It was when I was in New Orleans, and it was a long time
Okay, well,
ago.
it probably was a good gumbo. I'm not going to discredit New Orleans.
But I don't really remember savoring it or something.
I
It's like
gotcha.
at the same time period though. I had like that's when I had gator, and both times I had gator, it was like chewy, and I wasn't that impressed. So, and since then, I've learned that it's easy to fuck up gator. That you got to cook it right. You got to
It
know what
is.
you're doing.
It's like shrimp. If you overcook shrimp, they get that same texture. You got to find that sweet spot.
Yeah, I'd be really excited to try a gator or something from somebody who knew what the heck they were doing.
If you ever make it down here, I'll get you a whole beast feast. We got
Hey,
it
what's a
all.
beast feast? Wait a minute. Back up. Define beast feast. I've never even heard these words used together. This sounds awesome. What is a beast feast?
Oh, it's just like I don't know, you could call it whatever. Just different game, gator. There may be a pig roasting, we might have some elk steaks, whatever it may
So
be,
it's like
different things,
a carnival for carnivores.
you know. We may have a crawfish boil, oysters in season. We may have some couple bushels of oysters if that's your thing. It's always
Hmm.
something. There's always something now.
Well, that's fascinating. I've never heard of a beast feast. I'm going to be Googling.
They used to have them a lot at like the what was it? You familiar with like the Lions clubs and stuff like that? Those type of organizations.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they used to put those on. They used to put those on here, and it was everything, all different type of wild game. But they had normal food, if that really wasn't your cup of tea. But they called it a beast feast for that reason. All different type of edible wild game.
I mean, I get wild game. I don't even have to kill anything. I can buy elk and bison and bear and all kinds of stuff at this local country market I go to. But some of that stuff is kind of pricey. That'd be a treat if I was going to get something like that.
If you ever go to take on a bear to try to harvest its meat, make sure you record it. We'd love to see that one.
If I knew that I only had like a week to live or something, I think that would be one of the most awesome ways to go is to face down a fucking grizzly bear with nothing like but a Bowie knife. I mean,
If you take
if
him down,
you
save me one of his claws. You know what I
What
mean?
in the world, Carl?
Uh, yeah, that's true. That's true. But
what's up,
but if
buddy?
you ever want oysters, they're in season with months that end in R: October, November, December.
Hey, Carl. Sorry about
My
that.
region in my area, anyway.
It's Grand Central Station here tonight.
Nice. I love it.
His other daughter, youngest daughter, and her boyfriend. Oh, I'm not supposed to call him boyfriend. They're just friends,
Oh yeah, how dare
I've
you?
heard that one before.
but they go out a lot.
Yeah,
I've heard that term a couple
figuring
times
things out.
before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm betting on the grizzly too, Jerry. But if he's able to secure me a claw, I'll validate that victory.
I mean, if I was terminal and I'm fighting a grizzly, what chance do I really have, anyways? I'm gonna be all sickly and shit. I know it's coming
You'd
anyways.
have to pull out one of all your arsenals, your nunchucks, your dang, I don't know, whatever else you got. You'd have to give it
I
all you
don't,
got.
I don't think bringing nunchucks to a bear fight would be a good idea.
I don't think being mauled to death would be a good end. That's
All right, let's
no.
not do this. Let's just can't. This is getting worse by now. I don't. Yeah, let's
I
just
might
can't this
have to
idea.
answer it though. All right,
Yeah,
but
let's
I'll
do
tell
stuff
you,
for
chance
something
of being
smaller.
mauled.
We'll just
No, I'm going to say this now. If I had a choice between dying in a hospital bed and getting mauled to death by a bear, I'm taking the bear.
All right, the bear's back on, y'all. We're back on. We're creaming this bear. The bear is
There's
back on.
other
I love it.
ways.
Hell yeah.
I'm not gonna be in a hospital room either, but there's other ways.
We'll just get a camel. We'll
What other
record you
ways
riding
is
on the
it
camel.
fighting?
That'll do. That'll
I
suffice.
mean,
There you
I don't
go.
know. I don't know if
Right off
there's that
into
many
the
ways.
sunset.
I might not even try to kill the bear. I might just try to pet it or ride it or something. That way I'm not
I
doing
could see
anything
that.
bad to the bear.
I could see you somehow taming the wild beast that is the grizzly and just riding it majestically into the sunset. I
There
could
you
see
No,
that
go.
alternate ending.
if I could make that short before I die, it'd be worth it.
There we go. We'll accept either or. Either or is acceptable in the content creator world.
I'm gonna rope me a wild horse on Cumberland Island, jump on it off into the sunset.
You can catch
Naked?
it.
Wait a minute, are you going to be naked like Lady Godiva?
No, Carl,
And we can
really.
make arrangements, you know. We probably can't stream that live, but I mean, we can make those arrangements, you know. Certain individuals.
I mean, if I was a chick riding a horse on the beach, I think I'd want to be naked.
Just gonna have to
That's
sign
all.
a very lengthy non-disclosure agreement. But yeah, these arrangements can be made.
It would definitely turn everybody's head away. So that could be a good thing.
Who knows? This audience is a very wide spectrum, Bonnie. You know, who knows?
Don't ever underestimate your value, Bonnie. You know what I mean?
Don't ever underestimate the interwebs. I mean, the fact that we're able to do this off a second generation Obama phone and Taco Bell Wi-Fi speaks for itself. You know, where else can you get such a low quality, high quality entertainment?
Thank you, Mary Moon. Exactly.
Well, and much more so for a dude, Harvest.
Whatever that means. There you go.
Y'all
There
are
you go.
idiots. Hey, Eric.
Perfect timing.
I always thought gals had an advantage there riding horses. All right, just saying.
Well,
I mean,
see,
yeah, general
would,
structure, yeah.
I wouldn't get a thrill out of a lonely, beautiful nurse giving me a bath. But just nope.
Wait, what? Back up. Wait a minute. What'd you just say?
Eric's comment. He said, "Y'all are idiots. I'd rather get a sponge bath from a lonely, beautiful nurse than get killed by a bear."
That's what I thought you said, but now that I know it came from him, it's a whole different impact. Okay.
What's wrong with sponge baths? They're not in no more.
Not from a lady, no.
Well, I mean, you could pick your nurse. You know what I mean? Get you a male nurse. You can get a Pretty sure you can pick those things.
I doubt it.
Boy, I'm glad I came up here tonight.
These are the type of things that may or may not happen here. You know.
Well, you know, laughing is good. Laughing is good, folks.
Yes, it is. I needed it.
I don't know, Anne, if you can trust any nurses, but you know, if they were dressed like those Ben Hill nurses, I'd probably trust them.
Trust a beautiful one with a sponge bath. You know. You know.
I'll tell you what. I've said this just recently, and I'm going to hold to it. If I ever have to go to a hospital and they ever have to do something like a prostate exam on me, it better be a hot nurse, because ain't no dude going there or he's going to get punched.
I think it's only dudes at that point. I don't think you get a choice with that matter.
I'll pay extra, whatever the fuck it takes, because it ain't going to be like that. Spent my whole life not doing something like that. We ain't going to start now.
Yeah, you're gonna pay extra and get Hilda. You know, you're gonna get Hilda. She's gonna come in bigger than the dude.
I don't care if she's an ugly nurse, as long as she's female. All right? How about that?
There you go. Oh, he's gonna come in like Beatus the Bruce cake, you know. Good evening, Carl. I'm here for your exam.
I guarantee they're gonna really not like me in hospital if they ever get me in one of them. They're not gonna like me at all.
Whatever you do, do not make eye contact at any point of the procedure. Oh, these things happen, you know. It's the cycle of life. Things happen.
I don't have any stretch marks.
That ain't a chick, Eric. I know that's a dude dressed like that. So no, it ain't gonna work. If it has an apple, it has a banana.
Yeah, Wanda from In Living Color. Yeah, if you're familiar with that character. Canada, we offer maids a person with maids. Oh,
I'm telling you, they offer it for everything, even if you're just slightly depressed.
a maid?
Yep.
You can get a depression maid?
That's what I've heard. It's not the kind of
Anywhere? Can we get it here in the Americas?
It's not It's not the kind of maids you think it is.
Never mind. Yeah, it never is. You know, it always sounds too good to be true.
Canada is getting pretty ruthless, man. They're euthanizing people over things that could be fixed. All right, they're taking this
Yeah.
shit to an extreme.
Kind of creepy.
Man, that
Definitely.
sucks. They already told me I didn't have a cure. They always said we don't know what you have, and we don't know if there is a cure. But just keep on living. Keep on living.
That's right.
Well, there ain't no fucking cure because I've been like this my whole fucking life. So I don't know.
There ain't no cure for the summertime blues. You know about that. You don't know nothing about the summertime blues, Carl. You're up there in the Michigan.
Why do they call it the summertime blues?
Go
I
next
love the
Sunday.
summer.
It's just, you know, who knows? Maybe the old lady might have broke up with you and ran off to the beach with her new beau. The dog just ran away. The truck just broke down. I mean, it's just a combination of cocktails for what could be the summertime blues. But there ain't no cure for it, they say. There's no
Pat,
cure for the summertime blues.
that
Never
was
had it.
crumbs, Pat.
Never had the summertime blues, so I can't say it.
I
Your
haven't
daddy
either.
never told you that you better make some money, and you know if you want to use the car to go out next Sunday. He never told you that.
Maha.
Make
What
America healthy again. Well, I mean, that's a pretty good goal. I hope it's in the works.
what did B ask me? Do y'all remember?
Well, wait a minute. That maybe that is the question.
Oh, she did say there was going to be a test on this later.
Man,
Queen bee test.
Yep.
the cat ate my
Realized the
homework,
test.
man. The cat ate my homework. That was like an ethereal, distant laugh track. It's like ghosts at a distance in some auditorium somewhere laughing.
Oh, don't make me pump up the volume now. That's only at like 48%. We still got
Yeah,
more watts to go.
I don't know if Chat heard that at all, but I could barely hear it. It was pretty lame.
Let's get a 5x5. You know, you can't just be randomly playing laugh tracks and nobody can embrace the, enjoyment of it.
Really? No, I can't barely hear that.
All right.
I don't
B
know.
said 5x5 on the left. All right.
Oh, yeah,
We're
B
in good
says she.
standards now.
It's just me that's defective. That figures.
Augusta is the second most hot human city I ever worked in outside of Houston, #1. And that's coming from Jerry. Jerry's seen some stuff and he's done some stuff.
Hmm.
Man,
You know what I saw today about Georgia this morning?
And we forgive you, Carl.
What are you
what
forgiving
happened?
me for? Wait a minute. What am I being forgiven for? First, I got to know what I'm.
We still
What I did.
forgive you either way. Even if we do forget what you're being forgiven for, you are forgiven.
For being the way you are.
Oh, well.
It's
Said
like
you
how
are
we with
the way
me, you know?
I'm not even
Same
going to
thing. We're all
acknowledge that.
forgiving of each other.
I'm just going to move the fuck on to what I was going to say.
All
Anyways,
right, let's do it. What you got?
they a little video showing where the Georgia Guidestone fragments are. They were supposedly lost. Nobody knew them. This dude's like, "Hey, I think I found them." And
Told you
sure as
that
shit,
was going to happen. Didn't I just tell you the fragments were going to surface? Didn't I just say that?
we were talking about it. That's why I'm mentioning
That's what
this.
I'm
Is
saying. These things
it,
happen. What did they
it,
say? What did the article say?
well, they're sitting in a fucking field of debris in Georgia, not far from the site, on
They're
a
in
private.
the that particular area of Georgia is not a whole lot. It's not a very populous place, but that particular
Well,
area is known for its massive granite deposits.
well, it
Um,
went down like this. Hey, can we dump this shit here? Yeah, go dump it over there. Okay. And then it was over.
but um, I don't think the majority of it is still there. I think the majority of it has already been moved to a totally different location. But I also believe, and I have heard stories that at the Elberton uh, Granite Museum, which is in Elberton, Georgia, where the Georgia Guidestones allegedly were and fell,
Right.
there is fragments on display. Now, whether these are actual fragments from it, you know, I don't know. I did see and I have visited the Guidestones twice, so I can confirm they were real. They did exist, you
Me
know.
too. I was there in '85
Oh yeah,
before
you were
all the,
fresh on the scene.
yeah, before the cameras, before the parking lot, before all that shit.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting sight to see and feel whatever it was. Just to see something like that. For some people that didn't even knew it existed, I think until it fell, and then it just kind of drew that hype or that interest even more. But to see how much something like that could draw such a worldwide buzz, regardless of the information or the message that was on it.
That's the
Um,
kind of thing. It's like when I was there in '85, I remember it being very rural feeling, like it was in the middle of nowhere. But then all
that's
the
what it is.
video and pictures and all that I've seen since, like before it got blowed up, it looked like well traveled. You know, there's fences there and telephone pole cameras, and you can see traffic. And I don't
Um,
remember seeing anything like that there when I was
at
there.
some point, it started becoming monitored by the Elberton Police Department. Allegedly, the cameras that eventually got installed out there were from them. It was whatever it is, direct feed to them. They got put out there because there was different times where people would come out there and try to vandalize it, spray it, do certain things to it. So they eventually allegedly installed cameras to monitor that type of purpose or that reason.
See,
But it's
now
funny
there was a
ultimately that they were put in to prevent or catch something like that, and ultimately after that happened, it just went silent. Nothing ever happened. There's been no more stories. Even me here on Georgia, it's just whispers in the wind of what could have been.
Now there's a true capitalist right there in the chat. Good thinking, Eric.
Oh yeah, putting it in mason jars and selling it. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt.
And now that we've talked about it again, I must also add that I have an alibi. I wasn't anywhere near Georgia when that thing got blowed up, and that's just in case because I did some posts. All right, I did several posts about that thing when they were tearing all the statues and monuments down around the country. I did make a post saying the only one that needed to be torn down was that one, and well, it happened. So, but I didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Or even
So
something
that
like that, I mean, it's, you know, for whatever purpose or involvement that it was installed or put there, I don't never agree with taking something like that directly down if it's, you know, you can't really use the words like hateful because hateful is such a broad term. The simplest thing could be hateful to anybody. Everybody could be hateful to something or offensive. Anybody could find something offensive. I could find the fact that someone doesn't like cheesecake to be offensive. So that's different
Oh,
things. But like historical markers, or even the fact that I live here in the South, there's tons of Confederate or Civil War memorial type things, and it's just whether you appreciate it, whether you like it or you dislike it. I mean, you have to honor and appreciate it for the fact that it's history. It's a marker in history at a time when our country was completely divided, allegedly.
is that what the label on the mason jar is going to say? Because it sounded pretty good.
It could. We got people for that now. Allegedly, I got this. I've been emailing this Irish sheik. He said, he's gonna hook me up. If I send him $1,000, he'll unlock my account, and I'll get the Jahara Mahara. I'll unlock all frequencies. I just got to send them like 1,000 or 10,000. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I think
because
he's
it is.
legit,
Yeah, you never know.
but yeah.
So
But
y'all's planet is white.
what's
When
white?
weren't they white or a grayish color or something?
What's the
The
question?
Guidestones, they were granite gray, like a light granite gray.
Yeah, ours is pink.
Yeah,
I got
there's
that pink
multiple
granite.
different kinds of granite. There is.
Oh, can't be out granite us.
That's what I
Can't out.
put a link to
Let's
the
see.
mem-
What was that link?
So here's the thing that I'd like to see somebody, come to completion on the myth. Because even when I saw the Guidestones back then, there was rumor of a time capsule. And I've heard that there was a slab that was meant for the time capsule to be under. And I've heard people that broke into it and took it early on, but nobody's ever completed what was in the time capsule. Did this Christian guy leave something important that nobody's divulging?
Yeah, R.S. Christian.
well,
Mm-hmm.
I would think that there is a whole lot of evil attached to them, and there's no way I would take even a dust particle of it in a mason jar or anything.
Well, I'll never give a material thing that much power, but I get what you're
My
saying. It's probably a good policy, because this is the way I see the Guidestones. When I first saw them back then, heard of them, I didn't see a nefarious thing about it. It was kind of like the song "Imagine" by John Lennon. I grew up liking that song. But the more I listened to it and the older I got, just like reading the words on the Guidestone when they had to bring the population down to 500 million, then it dawns on you that they had to get rid of 8.5 billion people to achieve that goal.
98.
But,
It's like roughly 98% of the world's population to get down to that figure. Yeah, 500 million.
yep, and it's like it just suddenly, at some point in time, it started dawning on me that, hey, wait a minute now, this kind of sounds like communism. This kind of sounds like New World Order, fucking population control. All these things start
I mean,
kicking in, just like, you know,
500 million. How many people do we have roughly here in America? What? 350 million roughly.
yeah,
And
it's
they got to get down the
360.
global population down to 500 million. You know.
yeah.
Right. There's approximately, they say, anywhere from 7.5 to 9 billion people on the planet. I think it's a little higher, or was, but also there's 360 million Americans in the country, not including the 22 million people that it takes to run the government, including law enforcement, military, politicians, every government office. There's 22 million of them against 360 million of us.
Right. So yeah, that's at any point in whenever the Guidestones were created and first established, to even in now, whatever the population has shifted or any point, but to think to get to 500 million, uh, I don't know. Be interesting to look it up and see what Google says. At what point did the
Well,
Earth's population was 500 million? What time would they
now,
say that would
now
be?
See, now I got something to say now, all right? Because I was paying attention like 14 years ago, something like that. I started watching the world population. They had a little web page that showed you every time somebody was born and every time somebody died. And it was only one web page. There was only one place that you could go to see this. Well, ever since they started distributing the cure for the plague that just recently hit us, there's many, many, many websites, and I can't get an accurate fucking read on the population of Earth anymore, or the constant death rates, because they've jumbled it all up and there's different opinions and all this shit now. They fucking watered down the whiskey a lot. I'm telling you, I watched it in real time happen. 1013, what's going on?
We have so much bare land. It's
I'll be right back. I got to go make sure my Android's still charging.
there is not, they cannot ever say that the world is overpopulated.
Well, actually, they did. The smartest man on earth, Stephen Hawking, in like 1993, came out with a statement saying that he's done the math. All right, as the smartest man on earth, the guy that was wheelchair bound, but he said that there's no way that our species is going to survive at our rate of consumption of natural resources, that we have to find a way off this planet or reduce the population. This is when I first saw the population agenda really start kicking in, and people started talking about it all around the world.
I don't believe that.
Everything I just said is truth. Look it up.
No, I mean, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, I get you.
But I do not believe that that is true. And the global population is over 8 billion people.
That's
8
what
billion people as of 24.
Right, but then I was getting, like I said, there was a number that was like above 9 billion just like 6 years ago. So that's kind of weird too.
Well, look how many the Jews took out.
I mean, actually, they say that throughout history, war has been a population control of its own. Some people consider it like that.
The UN says that it'll increase to 10 to 11 billion by 2080.
I just got back. What did I miss?
You missed everything and nothing at all.
Perfect. 80 million. What is that?
Now they're saying global population is 8.2 billion as of 24, but the UN is predicting 10 to 11 billion by the year 2080. Before
Oh man, that's a long ways off.
Stabilizing or declining.
In a perfect world, we'd have Jerry as sheriff.
That's 54 years from now. It's an interesting figure, interesting number, interesting.
Yeah.
However they come up with this type of stuff,
I won't be here. So that's
I really don't even trust the numbers, to be honest.
You may be. You don't know.
I don't trust. Ever since they said that Hillary had a 90% chance of winning, I don't trust the numbers for nothing.
Right, Doug P.
Well,
114.
I'm here. I'll put out a short about it. I'll go live and talk about it.
Mother Freedom, Red Pill, what's going on? Wait a minute. You are live, right?
Hey, Ken.
Oh, damn. Oh, this wasn't supposed to go live. Well, hell, I guess I'm going to have to end it now and start a real live. All right.
Your attempts to confuse me failed, or I'm too high for that.
The fact that you think you aren't confused in the state of discombobulation already proves that my point in theory has already proven itself true in the fact of the equilibrium theory.
There you go.
Man, get this guy a government
surface, because it ain't even peach season yet. Just imagine once the peaches touch down. Oh, you're talking on a whole nother spectrum.
No, somebody get this guy a government grant so he can study this closer.
I need to. I would appreciate if we could make that happen, dude. We could figure out some things, dude. We could get us like 100 million. If they could drop like 100 million in there for us to study this stuff.
That's a good start, and we could get somewhere with that.
It's a good start. They'll probably work down, but yeah, you got to at least start at 100 mil. No doubt.
It's not even a dollar for everybody that's in the country.
Hashtag Elon Musk. Hashtag Joe Rogan. Hashtag Donald Trump.
Wait a minute. If you talk to Elon, if you ever talk to Elon, tell him I'm interested in some rockets.
That one dude, hashtag Richard, who was the Virgin Mobile guy? Richard, what was his name?
Can you hear me now?
I forget his name. The dude used to have, he did the rockets for a little while. I don't know if he's still into it. I think Elon kind of took over as the new rocket guy.
You talking about Kim Jong-un?
No, the guy that was behind Virgin Mobile, he died
in a ferry crash. I know who you're talking about. The Richard Branson. Richard Branson.
Richard Branson, he's died?
Yeah, he died in a fiery crash, I thought.
Damn, R.I.P. Richard, man. I didn't know that. Damn.
A
I didn't
what?
know we lost Richard.
Wait a
Damn.
minute, is this a fucking one of these,
I don't
one
know.
of
We
these
got to get
Mandela
confirmation.
effect?
We just can't say
Wait,
R.I.P. Richard, man.
no, you're making me think this is a Mandela thing. Is Richard Branson alive or dead? I thought he died in a plane crash.
No. Maybe. I don't know. I can't confirm nor deny. Damn, I
Wow,
can't
man.
hashtag him then. I got to unhashtag him too. Damn.
Oh no,
Prevalent
1013 is saying
ones.
he's alive and 75 years old. I don't know.
Okay, boom.
Yeah.
Okay. Un-R.I.P. Richard. I'm sorry, bro. Damn. Hashtag still stands if you want to join the stream one night.
Okay, who died? There's another rich one that died in a Fury crash. I thought it was Richard Branson. I don't know why.
Ooh, that was a close one. Hey,
Oh man, who the fuck was that?
don't name
Are
no
you
more
kidding?
names.
Oh man, I'm telling you, this is a Mandela effect.
Yeah, they Mandela you heavy. You almost Mandela me. So I was, man, I was going to put it on a t-shirt. Like a missing persons and just put Richard's face on there. Have you seen this guy?
Oh no, I'm talking a millionaire recently within like the last 10, 15 years or something. Yeah, there's somebody like
I'm sure
Richard
there's been
Branson.
some. It seems like there's probably been one. You know, so many news stories, news flashes.
Okay, I'm gonna be Googling stuff tonight. That's just how that is.
Okay, y'all don't believe Carl when he says I'm dead.
Yeah. What? Yeah, same across the board. Yeah.
Wow, my credibility just went right out the window.
Yeah. It's gonna be awkward when we pop up on the stream, you know.
Wow.
There has been a lot of unusual leaving this earth things lately.
Oh, no doubt.
I don't know. I got a question. What in the last, let's say, 6 years hasn't been weird?
Um,
What was
my
the question now?
In the last 6 years, what, other than, I mean, what hasn't been weird? Every fucking thing to me seems weird these days.
There are some things, you know. I can't
Like
disclose them in
scientists
an open
missing.
forum.
Like Good Harvest just said, there's 11 scientists missing that all, were delving in anti-gravity stuff. Where'd they go?
All right, that's
Why
confirmed. I'm definitely not going into work on August. That whole week. I'm just gonna pretend like it's my birthday week. I'm gonna cash in my vacation time and go down to my bunker.
nuclear too.
And
There was
bunkers. There's another weird one. Why is all the rich people all over the world investing in giant bunkers? There's nothing weird about that, is there?
Oh, there's nothing weird, you know. I
that's
like
been
my
going
bunker. It keeps me safe imaginarily, you know. I don't know. We will see.
that's been
They
going on for
released a
years.
bioweapon on the populace of Earth. There's nothing weird there, is there? You didn't see
Nothing.
anything weird around 2020 when the election was going off? You guys didn't see nothing weird?
I don't
Like,
think my
didn't something,
bunker will get sucked out of the ground when we lose zero gravity.
you guys notice
2016.
anything weird on J6 of 2021? You guys notice anything weird there?
2016, first term, his cabinet was ordering bunkers made in Texas.
Nice.
Do you think it's weird that they tried to ban cow farts in California in 2017? Do you think that's weird?
Do you think it's weird that boxes of ticks are being delivered to the farmers?
Yes, I do. That is very odd. What else do we got here? We could probably do this all night long.
Yes, we could.
I find it odd that China was buying so much property in the United States, but we can't go to China and buy their land.
Exactly. But they were legal.
I find it really odd that they insisted on keeping the border open for so many years and fought anyone who tried to close it.
Carl, that's been always. We we just had this discussion with Zombie the other night. Did you know that he worked for the Border Patrol for 14 years?
Yes, I did. I know somebody. I know somebody still that still works there. Has been there for almost 30, I think.
And he never put handcuffs on one single person.
The guy I'm talking about told me 20 years ago, Bonnie, in a conversation I was talking to him. He says, "Carl, I don't get it." All right, because he was high ranking in the Border Patrol, been doing it a long time. He says, "I just don't." He was venting, he was drinking, and he was venting to me. He's like, "I don't get it, Carl. I catch them, and then they tell me to let them go. What fucking good is it for me to fucking go out there and catch them if I just gotta let them go?"
They just collect a paycheck. They don't do anything. It's all been preordained, but we've all been immigrants. Well, half of all of us. Half.
Well, I'm half Scottish and I'm half Native American, Cherokee to be exact. So really, my ancestor didn't wear pants a lot.
Well, I don't say I'm half Choctaw, but
well, my father was Cherokee and Scottish, and my mother was Scottish and Cherokee. So they got together and made me. Doesn't that make me half and half? I would think.
I don't know.
Baby, she's a Chippewa. She's a one of a kind.
And I know, and really though, the real truth and evidence is because before all this ancestry and all this stuff, because my family actually kept track of it, we can trace that family from Texas to Missouri to North Carolina, where my great 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 grandfather Zebedee is still buried at the base of a mountain on the Cherokee Indian Reservation. There, born in 1706, died in 1786. So,
good night, Mother Freedom.
Oh, no kidding, Harvest. I think it's confusing DNA, man. It's like, you don't want to give a native fire water, but the Scottish love it. So I don't know. It's like I like whiskey and tequila.
Well, one great grandmother was Scottish, and the other great grandmother was Choctaw.
Harvest, I've been there. My great 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 grandfather stone still stands there.
See, Jerry, I don't get that.
Cherokee people, Cherokee bride, so proud to live here, so proud to die. Y'all know about that.
Yeah, that sounds a little messed up. Actually, I kind of thought that was a little weird, but yeah.
Lucky I can't pull up music and stuff. You know what I mean? Once I get there, shoot.
That had to
I'll be
be like
streaming live from the
1970.
moon.
That had to be like early 70s, 72, 73-ish or something. That's an old song.
Who knows? Who knows these things? Speaking of time traveling and musical such, let's welcome in Ken, everybody. Welcome in Red Pill.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey, Ken.
What's going on? I got a question though for Harvest. See, now, because I'm Scottish and Native, I've got the beard and the bald head, but I got no hair on my chest. Is it like that for you guys too?
Well, she's a woman.
Is that why I don't have hair on my chest?
Can't disclose these things in an open setting, open forum.
My train's interrupting. See, she confirmed.
That's it.
And Doc is part Sasquatch. Probably has to comb his chest.
Allegedly.
Well, that's, yeah. I don't,
I think
My
that
great
would be handy in the winter. I really do. I'm kind of wish I did have more hair when it gets cold.
my great grandmother was full-blooded Cherokee.
Oh, really?
but light colored hair is kind of hairless also. So it's kind of hard to say. But I know I don't have a lot of hair.
You don't have any hair on your chest. That's a good thing, Brian.
Nope, not on my chest. None that I know of.
I was told I got Indian feet too, because I got really wide feet. They're like natural snowshoes. You know,
Wow.
you can tell my feet like different.
Well, I know with all the genealogy my mom did before she passed, I come from the Wolf clan of the Cherokee.
Wolf Clan.
Brother Wolf.
So what I've heard too, Harvest, you didn't all take that route.
Yep. Went in hiding to fuck the government.
They did that in Texas too. The Comanche, they hid down in the canyons and the Red River and stuff. Evaded them. I think they evaded the government longer than any of them.
Deep into Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Far past the Red River.
Dangerous stuff.
I think they were all the way down to the coast. I know there was natives all the way to the coast. I'm not sure if it was Cherokee.
What'd they
Different.
call the ones that were part Mexican Indians or something? They had some of them. Forget what they had. They had a name for them. It's like the Apache and Mexican mix or something.
I don't know. Seems like Texas had Sioux, Comanche, Choctaw.
Apache. Yep, Choctaw.
And then
And
parts of
Apache.
Georgia and Alabama had the Creek.
Creek.
Yeah, Creek Indians.
You know, and those zones changed for different tribes. They were moved around. They moved on their own at times too, and their areas would change. And they warred with each other, you know, and there was something going on there long before all of what's known, like Cahokia, you know, there was something big there. I believe that the Native Americans had a big system long before we knew about the tribes of, you know, back in the cavalry days and Custer and stuff. Long before that, there was something big going on here.
Yes. Did you hear me about the civilization that they found underground here in Texas along the river? And they dated it over 20,000 years ago. And
Wow.
this is perfectly squared blocks to make these structures. And it was a lot like the Egyptian structures where the water would drain down a canal through the...
You got a link for that one? You got a video or something you watched on that?
Do what?
Did you watch a video or a documentary or something on that?
Yes.
I'd like to see that one.
I'll try to find it.
Awesome, thank you.
You know, there's also been artifacts found in certain parts of Grand Canyon that are now off limits that have like Egyptian kind of related.
Don't I know it, man? Are you gonna go with me, man? That's one of my destinations. That's on my fucking bucket list. I found out there's a place there. It's an Indian reservation that if you ask nicely and they like you, they'll let you go. You can drive right down into the canyon, right next to the river, and camp out. It's not part of the tourist gig that everybody goes to. I don't want to. I want to avoid all that. But this location I'm talking about is about as close as you can get to them off limits areas. I've talked to
Yeah.
several people, about going down there, man, and nosing around. I can't help but be curious. Why? There's no air traffic allowed. You can't use drones. You can't go into certain areas. What's
Yeah.
that all about? You know?
And most of the stuff they pulled out of there, the Smithsonian is keeping secret and won't even put on display. They keep it in like their basement or whatever it is.
Yes.
Well over 100 years they've been doing that. Every
Yeah.
mound that they say they find giant bones, or the Kincaid expedition is what you're talking about, when they went down
Yep.
into the canyon and said they found all these artifacts from different civilizations, all catacombed into the mountainside there, and they say that they went in and cleaned it out, and now that's the part that's off limits. So it does
Yep.
make you wonder.
They want to hide all that shit.
So what I'm thinking is, if that was all the way down here in Texas, so what if the land was all connected at one time?
What did you ever remember? And I think it was like elementary school, studying what they called the Pangea Drift,
Yeah.
where they were talking about how all the continents used to be connected together, and they were
Right.
showing
They
how
kind of
how
fit. They kind of fit if you squeeze them all together.
yeah.
That's pretty wild there. If you're related to Lewis Merriweather, the Lewis and Clark expedition, we've got a celebrity in chat. Harvest Mary Moon is related to Lewis and Clark.
Wow.
Welcome in, all travelers and such.
Yeah, I agree, Mary. I went down that rabbit hole one time and was looking into that, and yeah, I believe he was off by the government myself.
Got it.
Well, that's the thing, Anne, is South America used to be called Patagonia, which means it translates into land of the giants. And there was many people who went around the Cape Horn, sailing back in the day. You had to go all the way around that to get to California up the coast and stuff. And many people reported what they said was giants. And then to squash that narrative, a lot of people were saying no, they were giant sloths. All right, which it was a thing, but you would be able to tell a sloth from a human. And there's just all these legends. Every one of the Native American tribes has a legend about something like a Bigfoot or a giant in their past, but so do all the different regions of the world. So, and the Bible talks about, who did David go up against
Yeah,
when he
went up
slayed
against that giant.
Goliath? So it's like, to me, it's almost like they don't want to admit that there was giants, because that would make the Bible right, and we can't have that.
Exactly right.
Let's go into the Darwinism stuff. Let's change that. We can't have people believing that Noah really was a real dude. All right, let's go. That's what it looks like. That's what hidden archaeology is probably all about.
No doubt.
It really makes you feel like we've been lied to about everything all our lives, and we don't even know
Well,
anything.
in a world of lies, deception, misinformation, confusion, and sometimes all out utter chaos, if you could, if some being or creature or entity or representative from some agency came to any one of you and said, if you want to know the answer to one question, the ultimate truth to one question, and you only get one question, what would it be? What question would you just want to know the answer to?
Oh, well, all right. I'm going to answer this a little differently, because I saw this
All
meme
right,
many
go
years
ahead.
ago. It was a meme that had a picture of a bench on a beach, and it said, if you could sit here with anybody in the world, who would you sit on this bench with? And immediately I say, number one, Jesus. Number two, my father. Number three, the director and CO of Area 51.
There you go.
What's up, Tiny?
In a world of so many questions that people would like to be answered, it'd be tough, ultimately, I guess, to figure out what would be that one question you would want to know the answer to.
I don't really have any of those questions. I don't, man. I already know the answers I need. I know that I have to preserve my soul to get where I want to be with the people I want to be with.
Could be. Could be. I don't know what my question would be. I don't know. Maybe what is the I don't know. What is the purpose of the human existence? What is the purpose of all of this that we see?
I think it's a
If they
test.
could even answer that into one question, I don't know.
I think it's a test. This whole existence has felt like a test to me.
Man, Tiny Dancer, that's great news. She says she's all moved into her son's house and mostly unpacked. Feels great to have a home, no doubt. Glad your travels and your journeys have made you safe. It's good.
Yeah, I'm glad for that positive news too, Tiny. Hope you found something good and lasting, because I know what it's like not to have a home. There is something about that. I had to write that off a long time ago. In fact, all the homes I grew up in, even as a kid, are gone. So there really is nothing left. It's a weird feeling just to be floating with no,
Definitely. If you
man.
got the idea or the interest to write a book, definitely write a book about something, whatever it may be. You know. Let's see here. What was it here? There you go.
I think
You-
something like that too, Harvest. But I want to stay on like when I expire from this world, wherever I'm going to try to keep a positive attitude. And I want to mention this while Watt's here because he's an electrician, and negative and positive energies don't mix very well. It can be a shocking experience, and I figure that there's two choices, and one of them's dark and one of them's light. One of them's good, one of them's evil, and I just want to be on that positive note when I leave up out of here. You know what I mean?
Reverend Wolf VIP. Good to see you. I hope all is well. I'm doing well. I hope the same for you. Welcome to Watch World. I don't think I've
Revered.
seen the name, but welcome
It's
still the
not
same.
reverend. It's not reverend. It's revered. Wolf.
Hey, it's same circle, same reference. A revered reverend. There was once a revered reverend that came down through here. Shook
Any
things
kind of
all up.
I'm suspicious of any organized religion. I can't help it. I'm a very spiritual person, but I
Oh, I
don't.
know. Yeah, we've all got many handles, many names. A man may have one true face, but 1,000 masks.
Oh, Zed's in here. What's up, Zed?
Zed, good to see you. Good evening, good morning. Hope all is well in your travels and journeys. But what was I just saying? Yeah, the negative and the positive. Yeah, definitely being an electrician. Definitely, you can you see that firsthand on a daily basis for sure, no doubt. You know, but you definitely need them both. You need both
Yeah,
to
well,
stay grounded.
it wouldn't work with just one of them.
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work with just one. And too much of either one throws the circuit off. You start tripping breakers. You start getting frustrated, irritated. You know what I mean? Uh,
Yeah,
whatever it
but
may be.
you got to stay
It's
grounded. You got to stay grounded.
There's a lot to it. Times it can be easier done than said, or vice versa.
Well, the most complicated electronic device that you operate, Watt, is yourself.
The ether. Yeah, the ether. I feel my ether growing stronger by the moment. Can you feel it? Can you feel the
Oh
levels
no,
rising?
man. Are you gonna like yield the Infinity Gauntlet or something next? What do you got going?
Feel like I am. Either that or I may go Super Saiyan. I don't know if anyone's ever went fully Super Saiyan on a live, but that could happen right now.
Are you gonna glow and flame up like Goku?
I could. I feel like that could be a possibility of interactions.
You didn't even think an old part like me knew who Goku was, did you?
That used to be some of my favorite characters to draw. When I was in school, I used to see like stuff for like I didn't even know what Dragon Ball Z was, and I started seeing the cartoons, and I got starting pictures, and I probably got dozens and dozens of just different Dragon Ball Z characters.
Vegeta? Vegeta?
Who?
Vegeta? Whatever his name, the alien dude.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know the thing.
I knew kids that loved that show, so I do know a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's a whole universe, a whole fandom in itself. You know, it's still a thing.
It's funny, man. Over my lifetime, I've grown close to several kids throughout the decades. You know, like one in the 80s, he loved the Transformers. So I fucking learned everything there was about Transformers by being around him. It's the same thing, like throughout the decades. I mean, a kid grows up, loves some kind of, Hot Wheels or whatever they're into. You learn all about it because they're into it. You know what I mean?
Let's see. All right, I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna go grab some of my artwork right quick if I can grab it handy, and I'll show you, give you a visual reference.
Oh,
Ooh,
here
I'm
comes the
Hold it down.
visuals.
Stand by. Stand alert. It's show and tell time.
Damn, I didn't bring
do
nothing to show and tell.
Do True Don Dada. That's an interesting name. Voltron. I remember that one too. The lions that came together and formed a robot and shit. Well, I don't know how old are you, Wolf? I mean, I'm over 60. Yeah, your cartoons might be a little bit different than mine. I remember in the 60s, the big deal was Speed Racer. And it's kind of weird to see it now because it's primitive and weird and shit. But that was the shit back in the day.
That was the shit. I remember that show.
You seen it lately? You've tried to watch it? I mean, it's like, wait a minute, what was I into? I mean, it had ideas. They had a drone on the Mach 5. There was a drone, man. That was ahead of their time. Shit like that. Hmm. And do you remember what came on? It might not be the same. I think it is the same though. When Speed Racer came on when I was a kid, it came on with another show in the same hour. It'd be a half hour of Speed Racer and a half hour of another show. Does anybody remember what the other show was?
Was it Johnny Quest?
No, that was separate.
I remember Johnny Quest too. That was
I
another
don't
good one.
know if anybody's going to ever remember this because anytime I ever bring this up, nobody remembers Kimba the White Lion.
I don't remember that one.
It came on same hour as Speed Racer. They were from the same production. That's why they came on together. Kimba the White Lion. Nobody remembers that, dude. It was a cartoon about a white lion cub. And somehow it's probably been Mandela'd out of the picture, and I'm the only one on earth that remembers it.
Yep, Zed, Saturday morning cartoons were the shit.
Yeah. Well, actually, the Flintstones was not a child production. That came on
No.
at prime time, and
Yep. Prime time, like 4 and 5 in the afternoon.
yeah, and they would have Fred and smoking Winston cigarettes and
Yep.
commercials and shit. It was for adults, adult based cartoon, the first one. And they conveniently edited out all those ads and the reality, of what the Flintstones was. They changed it up a little for the kids later on.
Yep. The Great Kazoo.
And the Great Water Buffalo Club,
Yep.
where they did the secret handshake and all
Yep.
that.
Kind of like the Masons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm back.
Mm.
Let's see here. See if we can make some things happen digitally.
Oh man, I loved growing up watching Hill's Angels on Benny Hill. All them girls, all the dancers and stuff. But even look, as much as I liked watching Benny Hill, I like watching it because of the chicks, not because of Benny Hill dressed up in a dress like Klinger and shit. You realize how much he did that? It's kind of weird now looking back at that.
Yeah. And
He
look at all
went
the ones that
full on.
dressed in a dress back in the 70s. I mean, hell, you had David Bowie.
And I mean, but it was used for comedy skits a lot, and that's the way I seen it back then. Was this comedy, you know? But now it's been twisted and shit. It's like now
It's
it
supposed
ain't
to be the
comedy
norm.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't fucking funny no more. That's for sure. Yeah, we used to get Benny Hill off of a TV channel called 56 out of Canada. We'd get all the British programs over the Detroit River. We could pick them up on UHF if you had a good TV set. Watched, what was it, SCTV and Benny Hill and a bunch of Canadian, stuff like, because they had a different program. They had red, green, they had a bunch of stuff we didn't have.
Yeah. I remember those remote controls in the 70s. The
I
TV
remember
remote
the first
control.
remote control we got. I do, man. And I mean, everybody jokes that I was the first remote control. No, the first remote control that we got in the 60s, it was a big deal, man. But it only did one thing. It only turned your TV on or off. You still had to get up to switch to channels or turn the volume up or down because all it did was turn it on and off. That was the first remote I saw. Click, and it clicked. When you pushed the button, it went click, and something in the TV clicked. you know,
Y'all see that or not?
Oh, got the cat eyes.
Yeah, this was a. I didn't put a date on this. This was probably this was had to have been in high school. But
I
yeah,
don't
this
know.
was
That's
one of the.
good. One of the hardest things people have to draw is eyes. You're good on that.
This is probably one of my few. I got many things that I consider like prized possessions, but this is like one of my main prized possessions. This isn't something that I did. This is something that my grandmother did. What date did this? This was
Tip, tip it
February the
forward.
9th, 1992.
Tip it
And this was
forward. The top up. Tip the top up towards the camera a little bit. Yeah, like that. Okay, now back off a little. All right, now we can see it. Back off a little more, but keep the head to the top. Yeah, all right. Now I'm seeing it. That looks good. I like it.
yeah, that's something she did uh back in the day with color pencils. This is another one she did, a wolf. I don't know if you can see that.
Mhm. That's a great likeness, man. I mean, it's not goofy looking at all. There's no. It's very well proportioned.
Yeah, that was her thing. But yeah, you were talking about the Dragon Ball Z. I used to just, I don't know if anybody can see that. I used to sketch, do different
Oh, yeah.
characters, um, stuff like that.
That's cool.
I've showed
I'm
this
not
at some point.
I'm not getting my artwork out, man.
Yeah, that's okay. I did different stuff, you know. Did the Winnie the
Oh
Pooh and the
man,
Tigger too.
I got literally a trunk full of thousands and thousands of drawings of women.
The sketches. A lot of them are like this. I just started on it, you know, get bored in class and start drawing something, and boom, I just would stop. You know, a lot of them were like that.
Did you ever doodle on everybody's notebooks for them?
Can you see that one?
It's a little paint. It looks like two swans.
Yeah, it's kind of light. I don't think the camera's picking up. It's true. I drew it light, but yeah, it's two swans, the moonlight, just kind of, you know, a little nature around them. That one's kind of faded over time. Let's readjust. But yeah, I don't know if you can see that. I
I
drew
don't
all
see
this
no
right.
dragon eggs. I don't see no dragon eggs, man.
You got to catch them all. You know, you got to find them. This was like, it may look rough, but this was like, I don't know, this had to have been like middle school. And our art teacher was trying to get us to do a continuous drawing without lifting up the pen or the pencil, you know. So that's kind of just
Oh,
how them kind of, whatever you call that style. Just more random stuff I drew at some point. And you got some, it's like the Mortal Kombats. Started drawing the Mortal Kombats. I didn't never finish.
is that the one where they say fight,
Yep.
finish it?
Let's see. I think we might got a few more good ones in there. Got a few different little sketches of different characters from Dragon Ball Z. What else we got in here? Let's see. Yeah, you get the general idea. You know.
I don't see a single hottie in there yet. We didn't draw no women.
Bring everything up, you know. Let's see here. Hold on. Let's see if I got something. Maybe I got something in the stack that'll please your undivided desires. I just grabbed a stack that I knew that kind of had Dragon Ball Z stuff once you talked about it.
I want to see the chicks, man.
But yeah, I drew women. I drew different things. Um, let's see. Of course, none of these. This would probably all be Dragon Ball Z stuff that I drew at some point, middle school. Oh, here you go. This might be the best you get, Carl, in this stack of imageries. And of course, this one wasn't finished.
Okay, move it up a little bit and then closer to the camera. Oh yeah, it looks familiar. Is that from Mulan or something?
No, this was I forget the chick. It was one of the chicks from not Dragon Ball Z, but Mortal Kombat. Wins
Ah,
brand. But yeah,
no, that's cool. That's cool.
let's see what else I got here. Uh, Here you go. Here's a little tiger action. You know, it's back in my prime. Back in prime, that's probably like eighth grade
That's what
probably.
that's what you look like in 8th grade.
Oh yeah, dude, that's me right there. My hair, my body style, and everything. That's kind of how I look now, just not the hair like that. You know,
Chung Li sound familiar? Does it look? It says Da True Don Dada says it looks like Chun Li.
could have been. I forget what state of mind I was in back in my. Hey, all those imageries is. Oh, I drew all that stuff over 20 years ago. All right, let's see here. Let's get me out of full screen. I think I'm permanently stuck in the full screenage. There we go.
Are you feeling the pressure?
Just trying not to hit the wrong button. But yeah, that's a little look inside the Watt life, the Watts world. I need to get
Now,
back into it. I always say I'm gonna get back into it, but I need to.
now I want to show you some ink blots and see what you think.
Oh, I've did that. I did 100 of those tests before I got into middle school.
You did the Rorschach. Well, okay, because we're going to do a full psychological
I did the
evaluation.
Rorschach,
Now that we've seen
the
it.
Rorschach. Yeah, it's like
Well,
four of them.
I need to get Virginia up in here so we can do a more thorough investigation. Where's Virginia at? What's up, Devil Dog?
If one of the moderators is available, could you Drop the tribe's link. Somebody start dropping links. Start slinging links away.
I don't
Yeah,
know. We didn't see your live stream, or I would have visited Tribe. What the heck, man? I think YouTube's hiding you like they
you
do
got to
most of
catch
them.
him. I don't know if he's got like a. I'm not going to say if he has or he doesn't have a sketch schedule. I know he does lives. I know I'm not always able to catch. We can't catch everyone's live at any given moment, but yeah. There we go. I think Ken just dropped the
Wait a
tribe's
minute.
link in
Come to
the chat.
think of it, I don't remember Tribe at my live stream. So what the fuck? What's up, Navy?
Oh yeah, they
Just
shadow ban him. The fact that he's even showing up in my chat means that something could be going right or something could be going dramatically wrong in the Panelverse metaverse. But I appreciate it still the same either way. It's a appreciated interaction.
well, you just keep them guessing like this, and you'll be all right. It's a show about everything and nothing at all, so they don't know what to
Exactly.
do with you.
You know? It either gets you going or turns you off completely. You know, I like it. But yeah, me and my buddy Joe, we used to always kind of have certain classes together, and we used to always like drawing and sketching and stuff like that. It's
I
pretty
started
cool.
drawing women when I was 7. Became fascinated with it, and by the time I was in school, I was still drawing women and getting art awards for it and stuff. And then in the 80s, I ended up being a commercial artist where I was paid to draw women. And I've, like I said, I've got thousands of drawings of women I've done since I was 7 years old. It's been my main subject. I mean, I have drawn other things and, contract work. I did murals. I've done all kinds of, I used to do a lot of logos and all kinds of business cards and flyers for bands and all that stuff. But I still just, even the rock flyers and stuff, I'd always add a woman in it. I'd always have some chick in the corner or something.
The true Don Dada. I don't know how we've interacted or met in the YouTube Panelverse MySpace 2.0 interactions, but I appreciate you being here. No doubt. There you go. Sling some links. Let there be link slinging. It's about the only thing we can really still sling here on the YouTubes.
I still think somebody ought to write a song called "Drop Your Link." Like they can play it at
There you
at
go, Ken.
wedding receptions when everybody's drunk at wedding receptions. Can you see everybody dancing to a song called "Drop Your Link"?
You just gave Ken a new idea.
Yep, give me a new idea. I'll have to start working on that
Make
one.
these things happen. Yeah,
Hey, if they're paying me, Double Dog, I'll call it whatever they want.
could be. I've seen some interesting graffiti.
I have never done graffiti. I just realized I've never even done
No,
that. I wouldn't waste the paint, man. Paint's fucking expensive. Where do these graffiti artists, these kids, where the fuck did they get money for paint? Have you bought paint lately? That shit is fucking expensive. Yeah, I don't even know how they can afford the graffiti. These
some
train
places
cars go
encourage you
by
to
here.
try to get paints like that now.
I can't believe it, man. They paint whole cars over here in Flint. You see them roll by through here all the time. Where do they get the paint, man? There's got to be swiping that paint.
Yeah, because I know here it's like $5 a can for the spray can.
That's a
Crazy.
deal, man. That's a deal for paint. Unless you're getting like plain white or something, you can get it for $3.50 a can. But most paints around here are $6.50 and up for a can of paint.
Wow.
Ain't playing.
No, and they card you. They card you. Even a guy like me with his beard and gray, all the shit, and they card me for fucking every time I buy spray paint. What
Who
the
do you
fuck?
think you are just to go purchase paint at your own free leisure? Who do you think you are to just think you can do that?
I know. I'd think it was America or something. What
Yeah.
the hell?
Yeah. How dare you exercise your freedom to go stimulate the economy? You got to fill out a questionnaire just to purchase paint. What is your reasoning for purchasing this paint today? Do you have any intentions of returning this paint, used or unused? You know, it's a whole thing now.
Hey,
You
now
got to
that you
fill out the
fucking mentioned
questionnaire.
it, I have a fucking can I got to take back because I opened it up and the fucker's broke and there ain't no way I can get the paint up out of there.
See
So
what
now
I'm saying?
I didn't open it in time. So now I'm
If
gonna
you
go
can't
buy
take it
another
back
can of
unless you
paint.
filled out the questionnaire first. That's how they get you.
No,
They
fuck
got me
that.
like that
This
when I bought
sent
a
you one.
mailbox one time. I didn't fill out the questionnaire.
Why? If I use the original receipt, it's too long. I didn't get into that paint until it was too late. So now I'm gonna go buy another can of paint. I'm gonna buy that and I'm gonna take this fucking can of paint back to them with that receipt because they fucked me.
Yeah,
They
they
ripped me
got you.
off.
They get
You
us,
know.
man. They get us on all type of stuff, man. Like
This
some
shit
stuff
ain't
now, I
true.
get it out the package and it's like it should say fragile because I feel like just me opening the item is probably gonna break it. You know, like I don't know, man. It's just like everything just seems so fragile.
You know, that's the one thing, Double Dog, I never really understood that. Hey, let's go sniff some gasoline. Or so let's sniff some airplane. What the fuck is wrong with people? That is some of the let's just fucking cook our brain. Let's commit suicide. What the fuck is that? That's the stupidest shit on earth, man. People huffing.
Yeah, there's a lot of names for stuff like that. I don't know. I've
Hey,
never
I
ventured into
saw them
that
in school,
spectrum
man.
myself.
I think it's the same kids that were eating that paste. You ever seen the paste eaters in school when you
I've
were in
heard the
grade
lore.
school?
You know, I've heard the lore and allegedly seen the side effects that could have caused. So yeah,
Man, I knew a dude that would eat it by the fucking finger. He would
man,
gouge
that's
out the
horrible, man. Yeah,
paste eaters, man.
yeah, it's the same type of people. Yeah, you got to watch these type of people, man. You know what I mean?
I think it gummed up all the
You got to
works
watch
and
them.
shit, you know?
Like they can't even like do certain stuff in life. You know, once you do that, you just can't do certain things. You know, you can't own a pet. You can't have a mailbox. You can't have anything delivered to your home. I mean, it's just like all type of stuff that comes with that. You know,
Fuck.
with shadow ban before shadow ban was a thing.
Those paste eaters grew up and taught their children to eat Tide Pods.
People just put a for sale sign in your yard and you ain't even moving. You know, they're just giving you subliminal messages. Oh,
You know that sniff-proof glue they came out with in '72 was shit. All right, them fucking glue huffers fucked up modeling. Early '70s, man. They went to this orange-smelling sniff-proof glue that would melt your model plastic. All right, it fucked your shit up, and we were stuck with it because you couldn't get the good stuff no more.
no, you couldn't get it no more after that. Not after that incident. Hell no. You think they finna give it back? You melting model planes by the Quaaludes?
I have not seen a single tick, Devil Dog. I was just mentioning earlier. Out of all the years I spent in the Michigan woods and elsewhere, I've never had a tick on me. I've seen them on the ground. I've seen them on critters, pulled them off other stuff, but I don't think they like me, and that's probably a good thing. I ain't never had no trouble with ticks yet.
I'm surrounded by woods, but I have yet to see a tick, and even my cat comes in and out, and haven't found a tick on him either.
I think we're just too sour, maybe.
I always check myself, you know, certain areas. I mean, even on certain areas of the property or, you know,
Well, and I don't want you to take this wrong, but I'm a very sensitive individual because if anything brushes, a fucking hair falls on my arm, I'm going to feel it on my back, whatever, a mosquito or something lands on me, it dies. All right, because I know it's there. So if there was something crawling on me, there's a pretty good chance I'm going to know it.
you got bugs crawl. If you got bugs dying on you, that ain't good. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, they're going to die. All right, I
They just
will.
crash landing right into you.
They're going to die. Like mosquitoes. All right, if I
Pick
see a
one for the
mosquito,
team, Lewis. Hit him in the neck.
no, you gotta kill them before they bite you. It's fair. Fair is fucking fair. They're after your blood and shit. So the minute I see a mosquito, I'm hunting that bitch down. We're getting them out of the picture.
I know, right? Like Tribe said, shoot, eating the glue's the least of the worries. You know what I mean? Shoot. I guess in the current day of consumptions and everything we intake, that was probably the good old days.
I'm starting to like this true Don Dada guy or girl
Oh, the
or
Don
whatever.
Dada? Oh, it's nothing but the real. That's all you get. There was another feature you could put it in. That mode wouldn't even get used. It would just stay in the off position. It's just how real it is.
This is what
Dang,
most.
man. You'd have to
This is what.
put Tiny in a plastic bubble to take her anywhere. Remember that? Like
Well,
John Travolta, the boy in the plastic bubble? That'd be kind of cool to have
I knew a
nowadays.
kid like that one time.
I'm sorry I interrupted you, Ken. Go on.
Well, I was gonna say most people might know Don Dada is 2.5 packs.
Oh yeah, the names switch up. There you go.
Yeah, they keep us on our toes with that shit. People changing their names up and stuff. Sometimes I figure it out. Sometimes it takes a while. But there are people that have multiple
If you change
handles.
your name, how long do you have to keep that name before you can change it back?
Oh,
How
I
does
don't
that
know.
work?
I'm going to change the name. I'm not going to change. I'm the same one I've always been, and I don't just can't see me changing. I think I'm stuck this way.
I think when you change it, you can't change it again for 14 days or something. I don't remember because
Getting all type of responses. 2 weeks,
oh
30 days.
yeah, here it is.
I'm not sure how the hell did I end up on this live stream. So all type of stuff's coming in.
Yeah, it says you can change your name twice in 14 days.
Yeah, that'd be my luck. I changed it one day just to be funny and goofy, and they changed the rule, and I'm just stuck with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's why I don't fuck with shit like that.
I don't know.
Yeah. You know what I noticed? Now that you mention that, back in the day,
King
I'd
Wizard
like
Deep Diver 88. That'd be my new handle. Y'all wouldn't even know it. Nobody, everybody would unsubscribe.
Did you say Peach Diver?
Nah, King Wizard Deep Diver 88.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I like Peach Diver better, I think. No, it's got a
You can
ring
have
to it.
that one if you want it.
I'm not Georgian. I'm not from Georgia. Why is there a Georgia in Russia and America? What's up with that?
That's how
You know what
good
I
it
mean?
is. You know what I mean? Just in case you can never get the full American experience, which is Georgia, you can get your European as well. You know what I mean? East meets West. It ain't just in Asia. We make these things happen. I yield.
Well, now I know.
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. I love it. I feel like it's got to be on my bucket list to visit the country of Georgia, being as it is. I'm from the state of Georgia.
I think it's considered a state there too.
I know. I wonder if they feel obligated to visit the Peach State. I wonder if there's
I
some
wonder if they
Georgians
have
wandering
pizza.
around and I don't even know it.
Wait a minute. Do they have Russian peaches? Because they're going to make vodka out of that. They probably have Russian peach vodka or something good.
I got to make that my side quest to live interview a Georginian. If any of you know any Georginians, tell them to come. Come one, come all. Must hear
Oh,
their story.
see, Mary tastes good.
Oh yeah, she's got that North Carolina, East Coast, flow. It's in the water. Shit. L420, he's already out of this atmosphere. He's halfway to Mars already. He
Look,
ain't playing around.
I pulled Cynthia right out of lurking with that
Yes,
Russian
he
peach
is.
vodka.
That's how you do it. You mentioned peaches and Russian or some type of combination, you'll get at least one or two.
I've seen peach shine.
Hashtag Taylor Swift.
Ooh, I have too, honey. That was good. That stuff's good.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, it's almost that season. Oh, can't
I
wait.
overdid it on that shit, Jerry. I got tired of schnapps back in the '80s, man. They came out with this new flavor, blueberry schnapps, and you
It's
can't
too
get drunk
much,
on it.
man.
A man cannot get drunk on on any kind of schnapps. It tastes good and all, but by the time you drink 6 gallons, which it's going to take 6 gallons to get drunk on, you feel all wrong and shit. It's too much sugar and stuff. Don't even this stuff tastes okay, but it never tastes.
Got it and it feels so good. You know about that peaches and herb. Trav knows about it. You don't
You
live
ever
through
had a
5 centuries
wine
and not
drunk?
know about the peaches and herb.
What? You ever had a good wine drunk?
Have a what?
A good wine drunk. You ever
Nah,
got
I
drunk
couldn't
on
never make it
wine?
that far into wine. I've sampled
Well,
different arrays, different vintages.
I
Uh,
I've
found that to
enjoyed
be a
some, but never
different
made it to the
wine.
level of getting drunk on wine.
Well, they got more powerful wines and stuff, but and if you could stomach it. And I was younger, but I remember a wine drunk being like a happy-go-lucky, laughing my ass off kind of buzz compared to others. You know.
I take that back. There was one summer, me and my buddy got into his mom's. That was the worst tasting stuff ever. But it was the box wine. You know what I mean? I was like, man, how could anybody even make it to the level to feel good off of this stuff? You got to get past the taste and the nah. So I see why they put it in a box. You don't even want to see it. You just want to dig a hole and bury it. It comes in its own self-contained sarcophagus.
I was told that that box wine was of the devil. All right, I knew a gal years and years ago that
There
she
may be some
tried
good
box
batches.
wine.
I don't know. I'm not trying to venture into it, but yeah,
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't. Somebody pointed out just recently that it was probably that the box wine you don't know how much you're drinking. A bottle, when you drink a bottle, you know you can
that's
handle a
how they
couple
get you.
bottles or
Yeah,
whatever.
you don't know how
Yeah,
much of
so
that gallon you've consumed. You're like, did
right.
I drink a
So
quarter of a gallon or a half a gallon? Oh, hell with it. Either way, I got some left.
I think that's how the devil's getting people with that box wine.
Mhm.
what, you were drinking the Boone's Farm.
Oh yeah, I had
Oh
the Boone
God.
Farm. Hell, that was like Kool-Aid. But that's the type of stuff you really don't like. You don't really like tell people that you was drinking it. That's like something you just kind of snuck. Yeah. Times was
Yeah.
hard.
Strawberry
I
Hills,
was
man. I
14.
used to buy that shit for my girlfriend. Strawberry
Somewhere
Hills.
2003. Felt like I was in love.
Well, if you were a
Strawberries was
kid, you would
blooming.
be drinking Mad Dog 2020. If you were a guy back in
Oh
the day.
man, that stuff is
Oh
horrible, dude.
man, that don't remind me of those days.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, when you want a cheap thrill, it got you
That and
somewhere.
Boone,
Even if you didn't want to go where it was taking you, it got you there.
Mad Dog 2020 and Boone's Farm.
Man, that stuff is horrible, man. And somebody
Yeah.
sitting out there's probably somebody watching my stream drinking that right now, like hell yeah. This this mad dog's for you, big dog.
Oh,
I
I
appreciate
agree,
You
Tribe.
drink whiskey,
Grain
Pancho
alcohol and
drink
fruit.
wine.
I agree, Tribe. Grain alcohol and fruit punch. No.
it'll make your tongue go into hibernation,
Yeah,
you
you
know?
take something like some Golden Grain, 190 proof, and some fruit punch, and then
Can't
you run
taste
out of
nothing for a week after that. Don't even try
and
to
then,
have a good
and
meal.
then
You can't even taste it.
and then you run out of fruit punch and start drinking it straight. Oh my gosh,
Man,
I don't want to relive that day.
I don't want to go back in time for that one.
We're all reliving that shit right now.
I was
Trash
at the
can
gas
punch
station.
is best.
They got a new Mad Dog. Something it was I went and got me a bottle of water the other day and I looked at all the different drinks and I said, man, they got about 20 different versions of Monsters, Red Bulls. And then on the liquors, what was it? Mad Dog Prime or Mad Dog something. I'm like, damn, how could you take 2020 Mad Dog to another level? Like who's paying somebody to think of how can you let's
Well,
not take
all
this
right.
up a notch?
Yeah, that shit was rough. But now you got me thinking, Jerry, was it Strawberry Fields or Strawberry Hills? I thought it was Strawberry Hills. And I thought there was a couple flavors of the Boone's Farm because I did have a girlfriend that liked that shit. And I remember buying a bunch of bottles of that shit. I thought it was Strawberry
Yeah,
Hills.
yeah, there was like 3 or 4 flavors. Strawberry Hills, that was the one flavor of it.
And
Yeah,
it could be talking about wine coolers. Those were real
Mm.
popular back.
oh yeah, the wine coolers, yeah.
Yeah.
That started in the 80s or the late 70s at least. I do remember that phase. There
Yeah.
was but you guys ever try a beer called Asahi? You guys ever remember this? It was a big,
Yeah.
tall, blue bottle of beer with sake in it. And for your buck, all right, for the, you could buy a Colt 45 malt liquor 40 ouncer for like $1.25. That was a good deal. And you get a couple of them, you get a good buzz. But they had this shit called a acai that you could pay like $1.75 for this wine bottle shaped beer bottle. And you drink 2 of those, now you got a buzz. That was a quick way to get.
Yeah, get you a 40 of sake. Shit, you in there. You in there
Yeah,
like
I
Swindler.
remember those 40 ounce, like, Schlitz malt liquor and Old
Yeah.
English. And
Yeah.
Yeah,
You got on my 40, homie.
I could never drink wine. It gives me an instant headache. Just
that's what
in,
beer does to me.
even doing communion, can't do it. And I don't even think that's real wine. It's like grape juice. I
yeah,
don't know.
it is.
Yeah, it's like
It's
some
grape
sour
juice.
juice or something. Yeah, they just like let it sit out a little bit too long. Give
it,
it a little
it
twang.
probably allergic to it. Everything else.
Yeah, they shouldn't be drinking that. That's for sure. Throw
That's
me a little
also
cup of
why
that to
they
go.
call it spirits, tribe.
Yep, that's what I was going to say. Spirits. That's why it's called like wine and spirits.
See,
Yeah,
Tiny Answer. She and I are kindred spirits here with the allergic to everything crud.
it's nasty when it gets hot.
So back to the ticks. Because I just watched a video about it, and the purpose was to make people allergic to meat, to bring in the lab created.
Lab created shit.
Because once that tick bites you, then you're deathly allergic to meat. And it
I've
What
sounds
heard
like
types
that
of meat?
people.
Is it like red meat, like beef and like pork, or what? Not pork, but
it's all meat. The lady that they were interviewing, she said even if she smells meat or dairy cooking, it'll throw her into anaphylactic. Just
Wow.
smelling it.
would completely deny existence.
I hope
That's
it's
like
not
the coolest thing you could do to a man was take his ability to fucking eat meat away. That's fucking evil. That's fucking downright fucking
yes.
It definitely
dastardly.
kick yourself.
And that's why you need to find your local butchers and
I
cattle
did.
farmers and know where the cattle's coming from.
Be right back. I'm gonna go take a couple whiffs of some beef. See if I'm okay.
I'm still good. I live on it. I was like, I would starve to death if they took away the meat.
Yeah, I mean, you said the dairy too. I guess anything associated with any
Yeah,
type of meat products, dairy, cheeses. Which heck, you think about stuff like butters, cheeses,
butter,
um,
everything. Yeah.
beef fats, uh, uh, pork fats, any type of animal fats across the board, I guess.
Yep.
I'd
Or even
buy. I
something that
wouldn't
would
even be there,
contain it,
man.
could probably cause some type of reaction.
And I
I
use all
don't think it wouldn't even
Well,
exist if it wasn't for fucking meat. All right. The more I eat vegetables and fruits, the more I want a cheeseburger. I gotta have meat, man. That's just who I am. There's no way I could fucking survive that shit. They'd kill me, bastards.
Yeah, I definitely could not be a damn vegan.
no,
I like to
me
consume
either.
it all: meats, vegetables, fruits.
Have you ever even tried tofu? That shit ain't fucking edible.
I
I
had it
had
a few times. I ain't gonna lie. I tried it just to see what was up.
I had 6 kids. You stretch a meal, you cook it with the meat, and it gets the flavor. They didn't even
Yep.
know it was in there.
Well, you know
What's
what?
up?
There's no.
Oh
While we're
yeah.
talking about this, that carob was made by the devil. All right, that shit's fucking
No,
fake
that's
as
good
fuck. That
too.
is no, that's
What's
fake
that?
shit. The devil brought that. Carob isn't real chocolate. I don't care what
I
anybody
don't know what
says.
that is.
It is so good. It's natural. Um,
You're fortunate. Why?
Yeah, I'm not
you put
familiar
it.
with that topic or that thing.
I used to go to a store that it was bins. It was all bins, and
Well, you
so I
probably
would
like dark chocolate too, though, right?
hush. It was all. I would get all the mixed nuts and make my own trail mix and put carob in there, and it was good with the nuts.
I got one on my side. Tribe agrees. Carob is nasty. Cocoa rules.
I'm not familiar with care. Oh well, maybe I am. I ain't gonna say I'm not, but just to recall it right now, I can't think of it.
It was these little like semi chocolate chips, but they were not semi chocolate.
Now I do like. I haven't had any chocolates in a while, but I mean I do like some dark chocolates. You know, as long as it's the real deal and it ain't got none of that. Uh, Heck, a lot of the stuff they present as chocolates ain't even really true chocolate anymore. Really, when you get down to it.
It's not
Yeah,
going to change my opinion or anything. I just your taste buds are confused. That's all. I understand. It's cool. And then what
Reese,
Don Dada said there, that tofu I tried, they've got these U.S. military survival rations. They come in a little foil packet. They're solid white. They have no taste.
MREs.
There's a strange consistency, like a texture to them. They got to chew them, you know, like a little fucking white brick. And that's what tofu reminded me of. So I didn't know there was different kinds.
Yep.
It's one of them things. It doesn't really have like a specific flavor, but it kind of takes on the flavors of whatever you put it in. You know, if you were putting it in like a broth or a soup, it's going to take
Yes.
on that flavor. Season it, fry it, bread it, whatever. It's going to take on that, whatever it is. You know, I mean, I've
That's
had it a few times. I mean, it probably wouldn't be my go-to, but you know, if somebody
isn't
No,
has
it
not
it, I can see where you
the
could fill it in with something. You know.
isn't
Tim,
it
not
solid
the
soy?
MREs. These things are survival bricks. They're not like the MREs. They're different. They're completely different.
Oh yeah, it's
Hey,
like a.
Wingnut, it was good to see you, Wingnut. I missed your live, man. Or I did a live this morning and let my phone sit in the sun, and my phone just quit right in the middle of a live stream. Oh, I never seen it overheat because it was in the sun.
Sunburn. Yeah, like humans. The humans can get sunburned.
Isn't tofu solid soy?
It's like
Seems
a almost like a process. I think they put it through and liquefy it, and it's almost. I don't think it's the same thing, but it's almost a similar process to how they make like cheeses and stuff. You know how they set it in
yes.
there and they separate the curd from the whey and they gather up
Yeah.
the curd. I think it could be a similar process to that, but don't quote me on that.
Well, y'all, when we're starving to death, I think we're going to eat pretty much anything.
Oh
All
yeah.
right, yeah, that's damn true right there, Bonnie. And I've been there. All right. Once you go
Oh, I
like
think I
3
won't
days.
bust open a pack of tofu and eat it.
Right. Look, man, if you've ever gone days without eating, after day 3, you're going to start looking at things differently. All right. You're going to at least think about eating things you've never thought about eating before. It changes. Speaking of, look at this. I can tease y'all real quick here. No, I can't because I got the
What you
camera
got going
turned.
on? Sounds like you opened up a bag of Tostitos.
No. Okay. Guess again.
You
Yep,
opened
Miller.
up a 1955 Siberian Winter Edition Paratrooper Blue um, Army
dude.
thermal packages.
It's almost like you know me. All right. Did you ever see one of the first videos I did? My uncle W, he was stationed in Alaska in the Air Force for like 35 or 40 years. He was up there a long time. He used to send me Army surplus when I was a kid. And he sent me in like 1970. I still have 75 of them. It was a bottle of like 750 maple syrup survival tabs, little brown pills like the size of an aspirin, right? And you take 2 of those pills, you crush them up with a spoon, you put them in boiling water, and you add 2 cups of sugar to it, and you have some of the best maple syrup you've ever had. The thing is about these is now they're 80 years old. All right, they're World War II surplus. I can't find them anywhere else on Earth. Nowhere. I've searched for years to
You
try to
still got
find
them?
more of these.
You got
I
them?
still have them. Yeah. In fact, I have the bottle of them I have. If you open this bottle, everything in this whole barn will smell like maple immediately. All right. These things are so concentrated. It's like sometimes I just open the bottle to get the smell. All right. And I've used them all my life. All right. Like I said, it started with like 750 tablets. I'm down to like 75. And I did a video of this where, I did a video on that a long time ago, years ago.
Hey, Wingnut.
Speaking of maple scented barns,
Going
welcome
on,
up,
Bonnie?
Wingnut.
Hey, Bonnie.
Good to see you,
Hey,
Wingnut.
what's up, Carl?
Oh, yeah. I was going to show you my snack. I got a new like addiction going here. Have you ever had
Yo, I
the?
love show and tell. What you got? What are
Is that the
those?
caramel?
No,
Is that
those
the
It's
are
white?
white chocolate Reese's, man. Look at this.
Yeah,
Oh, I think they
White
banned those. Can't even get them here
white
no more.
chocolate. See that?
Check this out. We about to do a Reese Cup mukbang. Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got to get your money back. You ain't got a bottom on
if,
that thing, man.
if you like caramel, Reese's has got a great caramel too.
I saw those. I haven't experimented with them yet.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what do you give it?
Me, I give that caramel a 10 because that damn thing I couldn't eat enough of them.
What about you, Carl? What do you give the cup?
I give the white chocolate a 10. All right, I'm addicted.
Damn, a
I bought,
solid 10?
I fucking bought $20 worth of them the other day.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
you didn't get but a 4-pack then. Yeah, you didn't spend but $20.
No, they were on sale. I just grabbed them all.
Yeah. Damn, you gave it a solid 10. Damn. You heard it here.
So we know what you showed us.
Well, I was going to, Carl, like you were saying on my live on my earlier, but I didn't. I started another one of these wristband for my watches. You know,
Mhm.
like this is the one I made, but I made this one. This is the one I made a while back ago, and
Nice.
I wanted to redo it. I there's a couple things I did different. Like on this one, there was I put two straps on each side. And I was noticing on how the watch was making this indention on there. So what I did on this one, I added another piece of leather, put a hole in it so the watch would fit in there, and then I ended up making that just one solid strap instead. And that's just
That's sweet, man. I like it. I like it. You want to see mine now? I've got a custom made watch strap I've been making
Yeah.
for years.
Nice prototypes. I like it.
I'll show you mine now. You showed me yours, I'll show you mine.
Job, Wayne.
You see that? All right, this is on the wrist where I don't have an actual watch in here right now because I don't use a watch. But this is the design of the watch to where you flip it back and the watch mounts right here. And
right,
if
right.
you wanted to do it, you've also got hidden pockets right here for handcuff keys.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. I've actually got a set, some handcuff keys too, so I was like, man, well, see, that's another thing too. And this is just I made it for me, really, and I'm just basically, in a sense, I'm using myself as a product tester. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'll build it and I'll wear it for a little while, and then I'm like, you know what? I need to do this a little different if I make this again, and then
Limbs, good to see you, brother. I hope all is
make
well
some
in your
slight
neck of the
changes.
woods.
You know.
That's
So
cool, man. I love to see tinkers,
anybody else
people building things, making things happen. I love it.
has anybody else here ever had a parachute cord braided wristband or bracelet or a necklace or anything made out of like nylon fabric that you've worn like that for a long period of time? Has anybody ever done that?
Well, I mean, I had a paracord that I had wore around my ankle for. I mean, it was like a braided deal. I don't know what you call it. Macrame type of shit. But anyway, I had that around my ankle for I don't know 6 or 7 years. It got so damn
Perfect.
stiff.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, did you notice that it absorbed a lot of you?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it got so stiff. The damn paracord itself. Like I don't know. And
Yeah.
then plus my ankle got a little bit fatter, so it just got to the point it got so damn tight.
There's a fancy knot that adjusts those. That it's actually two slip knots that you can have a bracelet like that and expand its size and then bring it back.
Well, are you talking about what kind of a class? Because I was using just regular um,
No clash. No
plastic
clash.
buckles or whatever they call it.
This
Um,
what I'm saying is it alleviates the need for a class because it'll expand and then tighten back and hold its size.
oh, right on, right on. Yeah, yeah. I know. I think I know what you're talking about too.
Yeah, I remember that Navy. I guess quite a few people did get them from Ron. They got cool
Yeah.
little things you can do now. They've got like little whistles and magnesium fighter starters and little toggles and stuff you can add into the bracelets or whatever you're doing with those. It's pretty cool. Fastex is the company that used to make the nylon buckles, and they've got some cool little tiny buckles, fancy stuff, safety catches on them and shit. Compass maybe built into it.
That's not well. Okay, now you know you got to be careful with the ones with the compass. It has to be a plastic or no metal around. You know, because the metal affect that compass. So
Correct.
you got to think
Which I
about that
mean,
one.
if you're gonna, I carry, I don't use them very often, but I've got a few compasses, and I always figure that having two or more compasses, even if they're the little itty bitty button ones, you
Yeah.
can always test them against each other. In case you doubt your compass, you've got something to double check it by.
Well, yeah. I mean, and there's other ways too. I mean, if you happen to have a magnet and a needle, you know,
Yeah.
you magnetize a needle and put that like on a leaf and put it out there in the water. That's you know, there's that. You know, it's like the survivalist, the MacGyver way of doing it. Yeah.
Also on the one side of the tree.
That's not
Well,
a
not
true story.
always. Yeah,
That's
not
not,
always.
yeah. That one is a falsehood because in different parts of the world, moss grows on different sides of the tree. Different types of moss grow on it, and some they found that it even can be that if a species grows the majority on like the south side of the tree or whatever, every now and then it doesn't. So that's been proven to be one you can't count on.
Yeah,
Well,
because I mean,
damn.
you got to think about also like the light. You know, depending on what light's coming in and you know at what time of the day and blah blah blah. You know,
It may be true that it's predominantly on one side of the tree in a certain region.
yeah.
That part may be true.
There's like stories of pirates that got lost because of that because they thought that it always grew on the south side of the tree, and they've
Yeah.
gotten lost on islands and shit.
Liam asked when your next night was. What?
Shoot,
Tomorrow.
I don't even know.
just whenever he decides to pop up.
Any time, just make sure you subscribe, make sure you got the bell hit, do all the things that they tell you to do, make sure you're
What
doing
number
all of
is
that.
this? What number is this?
And then that doesn't always work because sometimes you can hit subscribe and the bell.
No, I think I
YouTube won't
just got a
notify you to the day.
notification 10 minutes ago I went live. So, at least I got it.
Yeah.
At least I know that
YouTube.
I went live.
I've had YouTube notified me a day or two later.
Oh, yeah,
certain
days
people.
later or
I'm like, what?
a lot of times, man, I won't get notified until the live stream is over with, and then I'm sitting there looking at the replay.
Yes.
If
Oh
I
no,
get,
I've been like
I
on
have to
rescue
actually
channel.
I actively look and see if anybody's live. Because
Yeah, me too. I do. But I've been on like rescues panel for an hour and then it tells me rescues live.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, thanks for telling me.
most
You
stories
guys
within
ever
reason are
notice-
welcomed here. This is the stream about everything and nothing, Even the nothingness is welcomed in its glory and everything that it brings.
Well, I also noticed something else about this platform and others. Like I sub to all of you people and I want to see all of your content. So that's the last thing they're going to show me. They're going to show me everything else but what I want to see.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I have to type in the name, Andy, Watt, Carl, it doesn't show. Even when I click the live button, it does not show
Even
up.
when you just left and have to come back, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I
I've
know.
been
I
to
know
people's
you.
live stream that it didn't, like how it'll show like their icon red or like some type of little live status. I've been on people's lives and it didn't even show that. I refreshed it, came back, it still didn't show it. I
Yeah.
don't know if it
Oh,
didn't show it on other people's ends or something, but even just to click on somebody's channel and if you don't see that little live icon, you might just keep scrolling, if that's the type of thing.
oh no, what they'll do is they'll tell me you went live, and when I go to click on it, they take me to the live you did the day before and don't
I
show
like
me
it.
that you're live right now.
I like it. My time travel algorithms have been fulfilled. The prophecy has been completed, Wingnut. It's true.
Limbs, I would love to hear that.
Welcome to Patagonia 2.0.
You got to have a map to get around in the YouTube world.
I know,
I
man. It's bad when you got to have a map for the YouTube streets.
Mhm.
was waiting for the ghost applause, and it never came.
Hey, I'm sorry. I kind of got caught up in the moment. It was such a good moment, It was like the clap was in my mind.
Cool,
It was a
Limbs.
beautiful moment. We will acknowledge it.
Wait till you hear them boo, Wingnut. They sound like a bunch of ethereal, unhappy ghosts. They're like, boo.
Yeah. Well,
See?
That's the lost wanderers that allegedly never left Watts World. Some check in, some check out,
Boo!
some just
I
kind of
say
linger. The
boo.
lingerers, they're welcomed. The lingerers, the lurkers, the watchers.
Lord of the Flies.
Well, it is kind of a coinky dink that when an audience boos you and a ghost goes boo. I mean,
Man, if I ever get anything hooked up with, man, I got all kinds of little sound effects and stuff that I've had recorded over the years, and man, like one of my most favorite and the most recognizable is just the old fashioned Tarzan yell. You know what I mean?
hmm
I've got all kinds of little things like that somewhere,
Let's see. I don't
stored
know
in
if I
different
got that
things.
one yet. I don't think I got it.
limb
All
is to
right.
limb. I ain't had a home in years. I'm coming to you from a truck down by the river, and I like it.
The closest thing to a Tarzan yell to give me is this. Let's see what this is.
Shit.
George, George, George
That's
of the jungle, watch
what
out
I
Yeah,
may
for
have to
that.
do for now.
that's more like the George. Yeah.
Yep.
Right before you hit the tree.
Yeah, it does.
There you go. Perfect.
Just a couple of things. You
That's
don't get
perfect.
much, but at least you can still
You-
press a few buttons.
at one time, because I had it all hooked up to my CB and all that stuff, so I could play those things, little clippets. Man, I literally had so much audio, like uh, that was sampled from like movies and TV
Yeah, all
shows
those
or
little
whatever.
sound bites. Yeah.
Right, right, right. I can literally hold a conversation using nothing but sound bites.
Oh,
I
dude.
had that much stuff stored away at one time. I
I
don't know.
can
It
get
sounded
into
like
that
some
level
Like
kind of
now.
thing.
Bumblebee. Like Bumblebee.
Right. Yeah, it was like that. Seriously. I could do that on a CB radio. Sometimes I'd actually record people that are on the CB radio and play it back to them, and they didn't even know they were
You need to
talking to a
level up.
recording
You
of
need all the sound
themselves.
effects.
You know, I had a guy cussing a recording of him cussing, and it was just hilarious. He didn't realize it was his
Yeah,
voice
there's
that
no
he was
defect
actually
to it. Yeah,
arguing.
they don't even realize it's like a
Yeah,
prank,
yeah. He didn't even realize it. I thought it was funny as
like
hell.
a self-evolving prank.
Right.
Or I remember when now before they had the spam blocker, they used to have those things you could do. Oh, it was so funny. You could go in there and you could put the people's number in there, and they would call you and be like, "Hey, this is Tony from so and so moving service. I got this big couch and I need to know where you want me to deliver it." And it goes into this whole little AI spiel. Yeah, it's a big pink couch. It's huge. Where do you want me to put it? I'm just going, the hell with it. The hell with you in this couch. I'm dropping it in your front yard and getting the hell out of here. You know, you could prank somebody before they had to spam likely calls and all that. It was hilarious.
Good night, B. You know, every time I ever got a prank call back in the day, I out heavy breathed them and they'd leave. They always hung up on me.
Good night, B. Charlie.
Or one of my favorites is when a solicitor would call and I go, "Hey, can you hold on a minute?" and set the phone down and walk away and just never go back.
It's tough being the queen bee, but somebody's got to do it.
Ken, I think I remember that story.
Yeah.
What's that?
That was in Alabama. One of the, when they talking about all these people disappearing and dying, he was a nuclear engineer. They
That's
found him in a burn.
That's one of the stories.
Yeah, where he was found in a burned Tesla. He vanished from Alabama, his Alabama home last year.
Damn, dude. Almost became a nuclear anti-gravity physicist analysis.
Limb to limb.
And if you think about it,
I was just going to say, think about it. That they're clean, man. They're legal and clean. Are you sure you're not on the lam, man?
And I know some LeBlancs. That's an unusual name.
Like Matt LeBlanc from Friends.
LeBlanc. Oh no, man.
They can.
What you think about it?
Crazy.
Think they're eliminating the people that probably could have told us about the anti-gravity event, allegedly?
I don't know, because they still got that, what is that Steven Spielberg posted about Disclosure Day in June? Is it June 29th or June 16th? Something this year?
You got Spielberg making posts?
Yeah, about Disclosure Day.
He made a post since the first Avatar movie. Damn.
No, yeah, he's got a new movie coming out called Disclosure.
Yeah. Coming out in June. I can't remember the date.
Damn, I didn't even hear about that one. What is it supposed to be about? Like alien disclosure?
Yeah, about like alien disclosure.
Nice.
Remember the spaceship came down to Devil's Tower, so I guess they're coming back.
What's the date? June the what?
The what now?
What was the date? June? You said it's in June the what?
Let me go back and look. I can't remember if it's the 16th or 29th. I can't remember the exact
day. Of course, all hell's gonna break loose that month.
Good night, Liam. Nice
maybe it'll be after. Maybe I'll at least get my birthday in. Maybe. Probably not.
Supposed to be.
It ain't gonna be. Alien invasion won't allow it. Could you think you celebrate a birthday during the possible alien invasion?
June 12th.
June 12th.
Oh yeah, damn, my birthday's on the 23rd. I knew it. Damn,
June
Spielberg.
12th. That date sounds familiar. June 12th. Something happened then.
This day on June 12th, back in 1964. No, I'm just.
I don't know what happened on that day. What's the Walking World book?
It ain't good. That's all I'm gonna say. It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Houston, we have a problem.
Released on June 12th.
Fucking get it over with. Bring the fucking aliens on. They've been talking about it long enough. I'm ready for this shit. I need West Coast.
Disclosure Day, There's steps to this stuff. You got to talk about it, then you got to disclose it.
I'm telling you, I'm going to steal one of them damn flying saucers if I get a hold of it. I'm taking it.
But they're more likely going to be demons, so I don't want to go where that thing might take me. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to rebuke them in the name of Jesus, all right? And then if they're friendly, I might not start slinging lead, but I'm going to have options there. I'm going to try different things.
If anyone of y'all get a ship, make sure you stop by here. I need the particle transfuser off of it. It won't affect your flight pattern, but I need it for further analysis.
Oh, you'll know.
Trust me.
You-
It's for your own
Yeah,
safety,
trust
of
me.
course.
You know what I keep seeing them really
For
pushing
your cooperation.
is The Awakening. They are really pushing that movie for some reason.
I mean, we got awakenings happening, alien invasions, zero gravity,
Well, you know the Force awakened already.
force. May the
Well,
force
shit,
be with
man.
you.
I'm still trying to figure out how to get that WD can, WD-40 can over here in my hand, and it ain't working yet. How do I?
Dude, if you
Wait till
played that shit lately,
WD-50.
I cannot believe that a can of WD-40 costs $12 fucking. What is wrong with this world?
And with a valid ID.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, no kidding. Spray paint.
Yeah,
I
you
had to
got to
get. I
prove
got
you're
ID for
you
freaking
got to
spray
prove
paint,
you're
dog.
legal to show you the WD.
Oh man.
There you go, June 12th, 1849, the gas mask was patented. You remember that, Carl?
It's vaguely familiar.
You were just a young pup back then, weren't you,
Just
Carl?
just imagine what they was experimenting with back in the, right before the pre-Civil War days, but just the experimentation they would have been doing then for to need something like that.
Oh, they were nasty fuckers. They'd put, they put gas masks on a pig or something, throw them into a poison pig pen, and see how long they live.
Mhm.
Mustard gas or something nasty. They were this nasty shit.
Yeah,
1942. Anne Frank receives diary.
yeah, that was some nasty stuff. They should have named it something else. It gives the sandwich condiment a bad rap.
Red pill just on
Well, to
top
be
of
honest,
Another
I
name.
think in June 12th there was something about it that was a little more recent. All right,
Well, I mean, he's going up in time. He's getting closer.
There you go.
Right.
Boom, yeah. The
Calm
prophecy
down.
will be fulfilled. There it is. Anti-apartheid activist and leader Nelson Mandela is sentenced to life in prison.
There's
Well,
no
wait a
way
minute.
I
Wait a minute.
would
Did he
have
go to
recorded
prison or
that.
did he die outside of prison?
Let it be so.
No, see, that's why I kind of wonder about the Mandela effect, because I do remember. I thought I remembered Nelson Mandela dying back in the day, a long time ago.
Yeah.
There you go. President Ronald Reagan challenges Mikhail Gorbachev, tear down that wall.
Oh God, I remember that shit, dude. I remember that.
Yeah,
Tear
but the
down
wall
that
didn't.
wall.
Wait. Okay, that might be what I'm thinking about, but the wall did not come down until November 9th.
No, it
Dude,
wasn't
they were
immediately.
selling
Yeah.
little chunks of
Yeah.
that shit to the people,
Yeah, dude. Shoot. Talk about the Georgia Guidestones, dude. They're getting a little piece of that Berlin, bro. They're breaking
Yeah.
off little eighths of rocks of Berlin, bro, just slinging it everywhere.
I knew somebody,
90,
man, that lived on like not on the side that had the communists or whatever, but when the wall came down, dude, he went over and just basically started squatting in this flat, this big ass flat, and he stayed in there for like I don't know, probably like 5 or 6 years, and then he notified the government that he was there. Well, they ended up letting him rent it for $1 a year for the next 100 years. That whole
And
flat.
why
Yeah.
can't our government do that kind of shit?
yeah,
It
just
was
imagine being family members and just being like completely isolated from those family members from that generation. Or, I forget how many years was it in effect. I forget the total lifespan of the wall. Um, but yeah,
It would have been
yeah.
19.
Feel like if any of the states that we live in, if they just built the wall in half, if you were at the one half, you were there, the other half, you were there.
well, can we
48
get
to
built?
89, I believe. 1948 to 1989. I know it went down in 89, so
Psh,
November
damn.
9th.
Death of
1989.
genius Alabama woman.
So that's the thing. It's like I noticed years ago. You had
linked
all
or
these
invested.
hundreds of thousands of homeless people here in America with no place to go. Yet we have hundreds of thousands of empty homes that were repossessed
I,
by banks that nobody's
right,
allowed to get
right.
near.
I agree. There's so many places all over the country, all over the
Yeah,
world.
and they just sit
Yeah, I
empty.
mean,
They sit
you
empty.
know, the property, the buildings, whatever. I mean, if the you know, put it this way, there's so many homeless people. They wouldn't even if they had their own piece. That's what I think. Because I was homeless for a long time. I know when it comes down to me, I know what was important when it comes down to it is having a fucking place to go where I didn't have to worry about my shit and all that stuff, you know, and not get fucked with and all this other stuff. So if I had my own piece of property, it didn't matter if it had an abandoned house on it or not. My own little piece, you know, that was like the most important thing. Because I don't like shelters. I think they suck ass. I mean, there's too much people that get hurt or stolen from and all that stuff. And then plus you have to be in there at a certain time and out at a certain time and all this other crap. It's just and then depending on if it's the church thing you get preached at, whatever. It's just I just rather have my own place. And
I get it, man. I get it. I'd rather be in a
It's
ditch than a shelter.
well, I'm just
it's
saying,
like
it's
they
like
would
there was some.
rather.
I did find a couple of different places over in my time where it was like abandoned buildings or warehouses or whatever, and I made that my place. I had found a way where I can lock myself in when I stay there, and a place to hide my gear when I didn't want to carry it around with me all the time. You know what I mean? But even then, it's like it could be found or whatever. Da 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 da. I
There's
mean, it's
always
just
a risk. There's no
yeah,
security or peace of mind in those situations. You
exactly.
know,
Yeah, yeah. And
it's a constant concern in the back of your mind. It sucks.
yeah, and it's like one of those things. I from experience, I never leave my stuff unattended for more than 2 days. If it's 2 days or less, I am always fine. But if it always happens every single time. If I leave it unattended for more than 2 days, by God, it gets either stolen or messed with. So, you know,
I've always tried to cache stuff in the woods or somewhere, because I've done that quite a few times successfully. But I've also had mice eat into my shit and stuff like that. You never know,
right, right. And I mean, there's so much stuff when it comes down to abandoned properties and buildings that massive places. I mean, hell, there's places like abandoned. Like I think it was. I don't know if they tore it down or not, but there's a couple. One place that used to be. Was it Microsoft or something like that? But it was like a huge ass fucking building they had, but they went under or ran out of money, and the damn whole fucking place was abandoned. And a lot of it looked like they just got what they wanted and left everything else behind. I was like, man, this would be
It
perfect.
would be, yeah, it seems natural, like a hermit crab finds something to live in. It
Right,
seemed like it would be completely a natural thing for a human being to find a uninhabited shelter and occupy it. Like maybe
right.
back in caveman days, that tribe moves off or dies off and you find an empty fucking cave. Hey, looks like home. There's nobody to go, no, you got to cut your fucking lawn. There's none of that shit. I mean, it is all fucked up. It ain't the way it's
Mhm.
supposed to be.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look at the price of housing. I mean, it's getting astronomical just because it's not the price of housing and stuff like that. It's because the value of the dollar has gone down so much.
Yeah, they've
And
literally made it to where people can't afford to live.
yeah,
What is that? What the fuck is that? You mean, is there anything else on earth besides us that has to pay to survive? I mean, pay another thing to be able to live. This is ridiculous that somebody can put that kind of control over you. God given rights are gone, man. It's like they don't even acknowledge that you have a right to exist in the place you were born. You'll become a vagrant. Or if you can't afford something to put over your head or whatever, now you're a fucking criminal. That shit's evil.
And the Oscar goes to.
No, I ain't never gonna fucking forget that Obama made me a criminal because I couldn't afford fucking health insurance.
Yeah, no shit, dude. You know.
Oh shit, Camo.
But who made homelessness illegal?
Well,
Yeah.
they're criminals that do that shit. That's the thing, in my opinion. That's what true criminals. I mean, you know, because there's no crime being done. You know, if being homeless. You know what I mean? It's just that every inch of this fucking land that we're standing on is, you know, either owned or controlled by somebody else or some other entity. You know,
Yeah,
there's
yeah, I'm
nothing.
hungry. I'm gonna go fishing, but I gotta go pay a guy here and get a permit for, next Tuesday before I can eat.
Well, they're making it even harder and harder because I mean, back when I mean, there was a time I did have a van, so I lived in my van, but you know, it's you know that was before van life was a thing. But you know, it's getting harder and harder even on public land.
Wait a minute, wait a
To
minute. What is this van you're talking about? Describe that to me. Tell me more.
what are you talking about?
Van life. I'm
That
interested.
well,
What's
yeah, there's this thing they call van life nowadays. You know what I mean? It's pretty crazy. You got these youngsters that are living in their van and going around and recording
Oh,
and
wait a minute. You
filming
gotta be
themselves.
young to do this.
They call it
You gotta be
van
young.
life. It's really crazy stuff, man.
But you gotta be young to do it. It's a
I
young
guess
trail.
so. I guess so. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Is this a
And
video?
it's so yeah. They do it to the video. I guess I don't know.
So do
You know.
they like live in their van down by the river or something? Where do they? Where do they? How's
Well,
this work?
some of
Wherever
them
they
really,
can
some of
park it.
them camp in some really nice looking fucking places. I'm gonna tell you. Yeah.
It's getting
Well,
to
if you
where
had a van, if you had a van, you can pretty much park anywhere. Your house could be different every day, right? What's up, Art?
Yeah.
not
Oh
anymore.
wow, man, good to see you.
People come knocking.
Is this a video, Ken, or just the image?
It's just an image. That's
Okay.
the bottom
Yeah,
five are
that's,
missing. Yeah, the bottom five are missing in the top 10. The top 10 just at the top. They're the ones
oh,
that are
so we're up
dead.
to 15 now.
Yeah,
Why
15
does it
total.
remind me of one of those scratch your lottery tickets?
It does, doesn't it? Damn, now that you know, I didn't think about it before, but yeah. Coming live this summer from the Georgia Lottery. Get your Missing Scientist
Right.
Edition lottery tickets. You could win up to 666 million. Scratch before you dash. But man, you know what I think? I'm gonna just say it here. Once we reach, if there's 17 missing scientists, that's when it'll be. It'll probably lead up to there'll be 17 scientists, and then boom, there'll be the disclosure day. You know?
Should we make a pot, you know, and see who gets
Yeah. How many scientists do you think we'll get? You know, it's
and I mean,
crazy.
okay, you know, because like, okay, on this, do you think this is nefarious type of shit, or is it something else, like
I mean,
Scoop
it's you
John
know,
Galt type of shit?
I
I
would
look
think
say
it,
into what they were researching. I mean, there's those type of fields. I mean, there's a lot of things that overlap. You know, be it companies or different, you know, fields of research. You know, there's
Yeah.
ultimately there's only so many people of that certain job title. You know, even if it's thousands worldwide, it's still limited. You know.
yeah.
Well, I know, like anti gravity or any kind of electromagnetic gravitics type of stuff is considered national security to the government because
Oh
But how come
yeah.
you
they
can
don't
get
want
a
anybody to
patent?
have it.
How come you can get plans patented from the U.S. Patent Office on how to build a UFO? Then
I wouldn't
Uh,
get a patent on anything.
I'm not
no.
kidding though. Look it up. There's
Yeah.
literally a patent for UFOs in the U.S. patent.
Oh,
Well,
I'm sure. Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's like, you know, when it comes down to actual technology that people are building and stuff, I think they would consider that national security because they don't want like, rogue or quote unquote rogue
Yeah.
people getting it, and next thing you know, they just pop in, drop something off, and pop back out.
Well, you
You
got
know
an
what I mean?
anti-gravity ray gun, and you're just zapping people, and they're just floating up into space. You know.
Well, I mean, not to mention, we all saw the Jetsons. Did you see those traffic jams they had back? When in the Jetsons.
There you go. Case in point.
All those people have too many connections, but too many links
Oh yeah.
that coincide. We were reading them off the other night.
Yeah, there was a couple of them I think worked for the same company. I forget what it was called, but yeah.
Every time I see Ark in the chat, I think of him wearing fur now.
Where will you be on August 12th when Earth loses gravity? You know,
Oh, see, I've got a timer on my phone already set for that. On a countdown.
like hours before or like at
No,
midnight.
like 20 minutes before it's supposed to happen.
There you go. Boom. I respect that.
I have only one clock, and I stopped it at 4:20, so it's always fucking 4:20.
Oh, dude, if we lose zero gravity, you're definitely gonna be high. There's no question about it. Shoot, you better probably have you a little joint stuff in your pocket, dude. You get high as you're getting high. Talk about ascension.
Well, I try to keep a rolled joint on me at all times, just in case.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. If I had the way of doing it, man, what I'd do is on that day, if it was actually going to happen, for real, I'd wear a fucking parachute that day. Or just
Oh,
in
dude,
case.
parachute.
Well, like if I lived in California, as I've told some folks that live there, I would get like a hot air balloon, an emergency hot air balloon with like flotations on it and a parachute rig. Because, how else are you going to get away from like fires and earthquakes and tsunamis and all that? You need something like that'll get you up in the atmosphere, but you have the option of coming back down or maybe floating or, you need a multi-purpose escape pod of some
Well,
type.
yeah, and I started thinking about it, like, is it going to be like a slow, gradual lift you up, or is it going to be like all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're just being jetted up or whatever? I mean, that would
No,
really,
it'd be like
you
the
think
dude
about
with the lawn
cars and
chair.
buildings and all this other shit going up too,
No, no, it'd be just like the dude with the lawn chair. Remember the guy back in the
Right.
80s?
Yeah.
With the BB gun, but he
Yeah.
dropped the BB gun so he couldn't,
Yeah.
shoot his.
I remember that. Yeah.
Wasn't there a Shel Silverstein book called Falling Up?
I think there was.
I saw a Chinese kung fu type movie that had that same premise in it, but it was all because of some kind of magic stuff. But everybody started and all the gravity just left. Everybody started floating up, and it was a big fucking scene in the whole movie.
Well,
Was
they
it
do
like
that a
people
lot
and
in space,
objects, or
though.
was it just like
Yeah,
people?
everything, anything that wasn't attached to the ground, it was
That's
fucking
the
floating
bad
up.
thing, even if you
Yeah.
survive, dude, all that stuff
That's
is gonna be coming back down.
Yep.
Dude,
Yep.
that's a tried and true way to get away, like in the Guardian of the Galaxy 3, where they turned the gravity off and everybody was lost except for the people with the gravity boots. That's
There you go. Boom.
that's textbook space warfare, man.
There you go. Textbook.
Go buy your
I
gravity
don't have
boots
a
right
set of
now.
gravity boots on hand. I can tell you that's not part of my prep.
Yeah, the hell with the gas mask. We need it. We need gravity suits.
Gravity.
Where's Flash Gordon at when you need him?
Like, man, where do you buy can you get those on Amazon?
Oh, you should have a
Moon
guy for
boots,
this,
dude.
man.
I have to go
Moon
to
boots.
Temu
You
or
remember
some shit.
moon boots? Wait a minute. You don't remember moon boots at all? That was another
I don't
70s
think they
thing.
make those in my size.
Yeah, but those are just to make you float up, not down.
Yeah, we
Right?
want to come down. We're already going to be going up at 13 miles per hour.
Yeah, no shit. That's the thing too. That's why I suggested parachute. If you knew if it was absolutely positively for a fact going to happen, have that on hand
How
at
much does
that
a
moment.
parachute cost?
I've actually owned a lot of parachutes, Wingnut. I've owned many, many
How much would
different
you
ones.
charge to make me one, Camo? Could you make a parachute?
Well, I'm not going to do any of that. I'm not going to make somebody. I'm not going to repair. I'm not going to.
Work with me
I
here, man. I'm trying to
I
fight
have
the
worked.
anti-gravity apocalypse here.
No,
Hell,
listen. There's a reason behind this. All right. I have sewn hot air balloons. I've sewn parachutes. I've sewn parasails, hang gliders. I've done all this, but only under one fucking condition.
what's
Nobody
the
knows I
condition?
fucking sewed it. and you can't fucking hold me liable for any fucking thing that
Oh
gives
no,
out.
dude! If we lose zero gravity, I'm not holding nobody liable. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. You know.
That's exactly how that is, man. You pack your own fucking chute. All right, it's on you.
If I
There's no
survived, it was
liability for
great.
that.
If it don't, it wasn't your fault. We all lost zero gravity, bro. Don't take it the wrong
Right.
way. If you survive,
I
you know
mean,
it ain't on you. Just tell my
can you
story.
imagine? All right, can you imagine this if it's a worldwide event? I mean, this. I mean, what? Okay, imagine the weeks beyond that if it actually happened.
Oh,
That's
dude,
just the crazy part of it, you know.
it'd be like a hurricane hitting everywhere. You know,
Right.
it'd be like a
Right.
massive hurricane hitting everywhere.
I
Well, I
Anywhere
mean,
didn't
we have
use
Katrina
parachutes
or
for that
Helena,
reason, man. I used to buy parachutes to cut
allegedly.
them up. I used to buy parachutes to cut the parachute cord off of them because you
Dude,
couldn't
I'm
buy
wearing
parachute
everything.
cord.
Parachute pants, a parachute cord. If it's got the word parachute in it, dude, I'm wearing it that day, dude. I'm gonna be walking around like MC Hammer.
Do-do-do-do,
Squirrel
do-do,
suits with the
do-do.
little
Well,
flaps
you
under
know
your
what
arms
else?
where you hold
You
your
know what
arms out
else?
and
Something
glide.
else to think about is like maybe like having some kind of a strap with a damn carabiner hook on it. So you're like if you're near something that's like bolted to the ground or some shit, you can just hook yourself to it. You know what I mean?
Wait a
Yeah.
minute, you
Just
don't
there
have
you
that
go.
already? I got one right fucking here. I can reach it right now. You ain't got none of
Yeah.
that? I already got all that.
I'm just saying that's another thing too. I mean, I was like, depends on how you want to do it. Because I mean, well, okay, they were talking about like if this thing
I'll
happens or
email
whatever,
you
that
my
zero gravity.
measurements.
All right, they were talking what 7 minutes or something like that, and then it'll
Oh, 7 minutes? Oh yeah, dude, it's over.
Well, I mean that's
You can't even fathom. Imagine how far you can get going down the road in 7 minutes.
exactly.
And you're
I
going
can
straight
get
up.
up out of this fucking building on the road in about 45 seconds if I really wanted
What's
to
going to
with
happen to the
everything I need.
birds? Has anybody thought about that? What's going to happen to the birds? You
We've
think
already
they'll
been.
survive? The birds will survive?
They definitely have a better chance than we would. I can tell you
What about like a
that.
chicken or an ostrich? They can't fly though. We're going to lose all the chickens and the ostriches.
Dude, you just made me wonder what would a fucking bird do in anti-gravity? I want to see a bird in anti-gravity now.
You know, I think most they can fly would be okay to a certain
Oh,
elevation. Depends on if they make it to like no oxygen or something.
as long as they got air to basically to keep to
Maybe it's
flap
a slow
against.
7 minutes. Maybe it's just like, you know, you're going like a
Oh,
half a
no, no,
mile
no. I
a
need
minute,
another
or like
government
a
grant.
second, or I don't know. No, it's like a
I need
slow
a
ride.
government grant, man. Stat. I want to do an experiment. I want to
Go
see
like a
a bird
centimeter a
fly.
minute.
Yeah.
You know damn well after everything gets fucking thrown back down to the ground, the fucking the government's still gonna want their tax money, right?
Oh yeah, you got to pay your. It'll be like hell yeah, dude. It'll be like the
Your
Reconstruction of the South after the Civil War, dude. You got to pay your Reconstruction tithes.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you
when
something, man. I'm gonna tell you something, man. The South will rise again, by God.
when you come
Man,
down,
Yeah.
you
if this
gotta
happens, it's gonna
pay.
fall again. It's gonna rise and fall.
When you come down, you gotta pay your landing tax.
Yeah, yeah. Who do you think you are just to land on undocumented property like that? Oh man, dude, yeah, I'm gonna just be buckled down. I'm gonna drive like 2 10 foot. We'll drive like 5 10 foot ground rods and just satchel myself and hoist it to that
Oh,
that
and
old
that's
hole.
another thing too. If the gravity, but it doesn't affect like the wind currents. The higher you get caught into that wind
Yeah,
current,
you would float around. You wouldn't just be
you'd be
straight.
getting
You getting
blown all
all
the way to
flip flopped and
Kansas and
spinning.
shit. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
the
St. Kansas,
airstream.
no.
You get caught up in the airstream.
Damn, dude,
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
account for that.
yeah.
That's
I
what
just sitting
happened
there
to the
thinking about
lawn
that.
chair
Yeah,
dude. That's what happened to the lawn chair dude. He kept going up and up and up and got caught up in the airstream, and then he got
right.
really worried.
Yeah.
I wonder how many balloons it would
Yep.
take. How many
How
balloons would
many
it take to
balloons did
hold
that
you on
guy
the
have?
ground?
I
Shit.
don't know the exact number,
He
but
had
it was
he
hundreds
had
of
a
them.
shitload. He had a bunch of them. I mean, it was more than a dozen, I think, for
Yeah,
sure.
oh
Somebody
yeah,
needs
it
to
was a
reach
whole
out. We
lot
need
more
to
than a
get this guy
dozen.
on the stream. We need to figure out a solution to this. That may be the little missing link.
I
I think
think he
at
got
least
arrested.
a
Too.
hundred.
I think they arrested his ass
Oh
when they
damn!
found him.
Yeah, they did. I think. Yeah.
I'll never
If
mind
if
scratch
it has
that.
to be that many, I'd go with the hot air balloon.
Yeah, We
Well,
might can
that's what I mean. We can
hot
get some
balloon it
that
out.
shit surplus. We can find some surplus deals on that stuff, and I mean, why not? I've got a buddy of mine that he got the great
Jesus.
idea. He wanted to go hang gliding. All right, so he bought a book on hang gliding, and then he bought a really nice hang glider, and he came to me. Him and his girlfriend are like, Carl, what's the biggest cliff you know of? Oh, well, I guess that would be up in the gravel pits in Oxford. Okay, let's go. I got he had it all loaded up, and he's like, take me to
Man,
this
we got
cliff.
less than 4 months, man. We got to figure this out, man. Carl, you got to make us some shoots.
Well, let me finish the
All
story
right, so
because
I'm really starting to think about it, but we got less than 4 months, bro. This gonna happen before we even get college football season.
I
I
got
mean,
experience, but you're
and
not
right
letting
around
me
the
tell the
corner, if that
story.
doesn't kill us
So,
all, the AI is going to happen like next year, So
See what I'm saying?
oh
Hmm.
no, you'd appreciate this one because he was a big guy like you. All right, he got his hang glider. I took him up to the biggest cliff I knew.
How
Him
much
and
did
his
he weigh?
girlfriend. He was a good 300 pounder or
All right,
more.
whatever you made for him, make that for me. That will work.
Well, it was a hang glider. It was one of them fucking hang gliders with the little arm. Anyways, I take him up to the biggest cliff, and me and his girlfriend, one on each side of the wing, help this guy run off this cliff with this hang glider because he's sure he knows what the fuck he's doing. He read a book, and well,
I watched a YouTube video. Goddammit, I
Yeah,
know what I'm doing.
right. So he
he
goes
tuned
off
into this
the edge of the
stream.
cliff. He goes off the edge of the cliff, and I saw his body go fucking stiff as a board, and he pushed that bar in front of him out, and the nose of that fucking thing went straight up in the air, and then the whole thing went straight down to the fucking gravel pit, all right? And he went way down,
All
boom,
right, don't
crashed.
make
I'm
that
thinking, oh,
design. Yeah,
fuck.
don't do that.
No, I thought for sure he was broken. So we run down the cliff and to see if he's okay. And he's getting up and he's going, "Did I break it? Did I break it?" This fucking big fucking, he was a bruiser. Right? He was like a fucking caveman. And he's like, "Did I break my toy?" He was more worried about that than he was himself. And he was a little scuffed up, right? So he's like, "I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. Let's do it again." So we hauled this motherfucker back up on the top of this cliff. And this time we run him off even faster, and he's completely confident. You could see it in him. And he goes off the edge of that cliff this time, and this time he pulls that fucking rod right into his guts, and this fucker nose dives straight down the edge of the cliff, and his fucking face was riding the fucking cliff all the way down, dude. It fucked him up. It was the last time we tried it, but it
All right,
was.
never
It,
mind. Never mind. Don't make the shoots. Abort Operation Shoot Drop. We'll figure this out. Because, I mean, imagine there's different shoots. Is there different shoots for different weight classes? So is it a one shoot fits all? How does that work?
well, it is basically. If you go into the military and get a parachute, yeah, it is all one size fits all. They're designed to
Yeah, I don't
carry
want to
you.
be getting like a 150. I don't want it to be rated for like 150 and I'm jumping out. Yeah, I better off jumping with a handful of balloons, But I guess if it's one size fits all, yeah.
Come on, everybody here at least grabbed a big fucking garbage bag and jumped off your roof at some point,
No, I
right?
did that one
Well,
time with two
I
umbrellas.
have
That
to.
did not go well.
I happen to say I did try the Mary Poppins thing when I was a kid. Did not work, but I did try that.
Yeah, I broke a lot more than I wanted to. Yeah.
You gotta have to have a lot stronger fucking shit if you want that to work.
Holly Ollie Oxenfree, good to see you. I don't
I
know if
just
I'm familiar with the name. Maybe I am. I know the YouTube streets is vast. The metaverses, pentaverses, MySpace 2.0s are emerging.
it is a cool handle though. Holly Ollie Oxenfree.
I
That's clever.
appreciate you being here.
Well, I like in the About section it says, "Do unto others as you'd have done unto you."
There you go. Let it be so.
Treat me as you like to be treated.
Checking in from your hometown. I don't know whose hometown. Maybe it's mine. Who knows?
Might be.
Or you. Could be.
Whose
I like it.
hometown?
Whose hometown?
Whose hometown?
What state?
Johnny, tell them what state they're in. Well, there you go. That says it all right there.
Yep. Masters.
Nice. I appreciate you checking in for the hometown strong. It is Georgia Cities Week after all. Georgia has many vast cities, 159 counties in total. You
Well,
know,
I can see where you would attract homeboys with your little icon there.
attract many things, bunny. You know, I'm like a human bug zapper. You know, there's good zaps, there's bad zaps, but we collect them all. It's like
True.
Pokemon too. You know, you got to collect them
I
all.
don't think he's attracting just boys. I think he's attracting gals out there too, Bob.
I hope
Probably.
so. You know, I can't help if they're attracted to me. I can only hope my counter attraction. You know, I love them all. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if I can even say
We ran
that.
in the same circles way back when, huh?
Nice,
Uh-oh. Same
Oh.
circles.
nice. I love it. I love flashbacks. I love a good flashback.
Yeah, it's like a free buzz all over again, man.
Yeah, it's nice. Every once in a while, it's like very rarely, but I bump into somebody that's from like the area I grew up in.
Dude, everybody
Them,
gets it.
them
But
was the days, huh? Okay.
way back in the 1900s.
back in the 1900s.
Yeah, they're not.
But I was at the I broke down. I said I wanted to go see what was all the hype. I figured it was about what I expected, and it was. But I went. They opened up the Dave's Hot Chicken here in my area, and dude, for the first 2 weeks, people was thinking, dude, it was nuts the line. I waited till it got down, and I went up there and tried it. I mean, it was good for what it was, but I wasn't really overly impressed. But I'm standing in line to get my order, and I already people watched when I walked in, so I already had seen and acknowledged everybody that was in there. And then this guy walked up to me and he stood beside me and he said, "Well, I guess it's on you today, ain't it, pal?" And I looked at him up and down and I said, "Do I know you? Should I know you?" And he looked at me and then you can see the look in his eye like, "Damn, this ain't the guy I thought it was." And he said, "Man, I'm gonna be honest with you, my bad." He's like, "You look like so and so that I used to know back in the day, man." He's like, "Man, you're about the same height, got the same look." And I said, "No." I said, "Dude, if I had a dollar for every time somebody told me that," I said, "my meal today would probably be free." Well, yeah, he was pumped for that.
They say we all have a doppelganger. What?
Yeah, dude. I wish I did have a dollar for every time somebody said that, you know? I've even had people show me pictures of who they thought I looked like, and I'm thinking in my mind, I don't think I look anything like that person. I don't know what the resemblance they could feel. You know, it's something that, I don't know. I can't describe it.
I've had people come up and ask me if I was other ladies' sisters or something, saying that I look just like them, but I don't see it.
Maybe it's just the energy or aura or something. I don't know. You know?
I
Maybe.
don't know, man. It's real. It's a real phenomenon. Back in the '80s, I had a couple of people that didn't even know each other come to me and say, "Carl, did you do a commercial?" I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" All right, there was a guy on a combos, the pretzel snack combos
Oh yeah.
snack. It was an '80s commercial. There was a teenager like grooving down the railroad tracks while it was going combos, 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 and several people thought it was me because they say it looked so much like me and the way I moved and stuff. Yeah, I don't
Sounds like
remember it
you.
all. But
Could
yeah,
be
thanks.
you
They
know?
didn't pay him for that commercial. That's what it was.
I don't remember that. It might have been one of them, really good parties or something, I guess, but I don't remember none of it.
Yeah. It's a good night. Yeah.
Where you
Yeah.
thought you were at a Led Zeppelin concert and you found out you were just naked in a damn cornfield somewhere with an iPod.
Yeah, naked knuckle
Close.
joke
That's kind of
cornfield.
close to my experience, but my experience was I went to a toga party in 1980 in the Bahamas at the Sheraton Hotel, and I
Right.
lost the only 8 hours of my life I can't remember. I woke up naked with girls I don't even know at my hotel room, and the toga was gone, and I never know what happened forever and ever. And thank God they didn't have cameras and video, and everybody flashed back and forth.
That's what I was saying. It's
Definitely
like,
can
well,
happen.
you never know. There might be a Polaroid floating around somewhere.
I
Good
got
night.
those Polaroids. I got a couple of them. I got pictures of chicks I don't even know who they are.
All right.
Rest well.
Good night, Jerry. Rest well.
Good night, Jerry.
That's the only time in my life I've lost time and don't know what happened. That's disturbing.
Yeah. Guess if you lived through the 1900s and got a Polaroid with your image on it at some point, you was living, you know? You was
It
in
Dude,
the
I
could
might
be.
have
CIA.
I might
Yeah,
have a
I mean,
fucking
there's probably a
46-year-old kid.
Polaroid or a VHS tape somewhere,
Here you
that
go,
kind of
baby.
thing.
Hold this and shake it for me while I go get us a beer. Let's see what it looks
No,
like.
no, wait a minute, man. This, what it was is it was a whole class trip. I had my own thing going. I had 10 days there by myself. And I met a class trip from Davidson, Michigan, which is only down the road here. And that's who I partied with at this toga party. And I'm telling you, man, I could have a 46-year-old kid running around here and not even know it.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Toga, toga, toga,
Could be,
toga.
you know?
The wonder you didn't have more.
Daddy.
Yeah,
You had you had an Animal House moment.
got some guy wandering around in the Bahamas wondering why he has this weird fascination with Siberian camos, you know?
Right.
There's a legend on the island somewhere of when Camo will make his return. The prophecy will be complete.
You guys think I'm joking? That's
No, I
true.
believe it. You know, that's what makes it even better. I believe it. You know, I mean, heck, when you could actually do stuff like that, you know, and
Hell yeah.
didn't have to worry about, you know, phones or, you know, it was just in the moment of happening.
I mean, you almost have that like that next blockbuster, the commercial voice. That you can almost sell it like a fucking blockbuster coming up
Yeah,
to the theaters next to you.
hell yeah. I'll watch it.
Yeah, my wife's always joking about, yeah, I said, right now, if someone showed up at my door, they'd be like 40 something years old, said, yeah, you might have a kid show up at our door one day. And
Oh hell.
I don't know if I would like that or hate it. I don't know. I mean, what would you do with that?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, me
Did you-
personally, I had a daughter when I was 16, but she went up for adoption when she was born. But I in North Carolina at the time, and it was like they only do closed adoptions, so you have no contact whatsoever with the child, whatever. But she's in her 30s now, probably something like that, and um. So I started thinking about, it's like, if she decided to find me, which I'm not the easiest person to find, you know what I mean? But if she decided to find me, you know, I mean, I think I'd probably give her all the time that I have, you know what I mean? Because I mean, there's no telling what kind of life, it could be from one end of the spectrum of the worst to the other end of the spectrum to the best, you know what I mean? Of what you know, what she could have been in
No, man,
fucking
I'm right there
foster
with
homes all her life.
you.
I don't fucking know.
I would welcome it, man. I really would. I've read something a long time ago, something in maybe some Reader Digest or something, that said that when children grow up thinking that somebody's their parent or not knowing who their parent is, and they find out later that somebody else is, they always want to meet them. The chances are, if there was a kid out there in the world that belonged to you, they would, at some point in their life, they're going to want to find you. That's basically what it was saying.
Yeah, and that's true.
Am I who they really want to? I mean, because there's
You can find anybody. I tell people, and I'm not. My mom was a cop. She was using computers over a lean system back in the 70s and shit. So I grew up around computers, and I had a mom for a cop for 20 years, and she was not. You didn't give her any fucking information. All right, she would use it against you. I tried to give her as little information as I could growing up, but I learned things like how to search stuff, and you can find anybody if you know what you're doing. You don't have to be a private detective to find someone or find out about someone. It's not all that complicated if you know a few key things.
Oh, no doubt. Heck, if they got devices, they can find heartbeats and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
Let
mean,
Well,
you
you
I
know,
know.
mean, it's like trying to find somebody like if I, find somebody in Wingnuts past. They don't even have to spend money to do it. They've got websites like called People Finder and stuff. If you know, like, let's say wing and nut, we'll use it like that. We'll first start with that. But then let's say his age is, let's say he's, 46. So you add that to it. Each time you do a search, it's called a keyword search. You add or change the grammar or information on the search because each time you change it, you will get a different result. And before long, you can start to compile more information by going to these free search sites. You'll say, oh, yeah, here's Wingnut 46 in Florida. And you go, okay, that's him. Well, now you find out you got an old address. So now you use that old address to add to the name and all the other information you gather. And now you might start getting things like court documents and marriage certificates and stuff like this because there was the right info inputted, or obituaries from family members. Now you can find out who their brothers and sisters and all this shit, dude. It just goes on from there. The more you add to it or deduct from a keyword search, the more you'll find.
Uh, Holly, I don't know. It may be a different person. The '90s and the early 2000s, I was still a kid. Um, my dad's name definitely didn't start with an R, but I don't know. There's many Watts in this world. I just happen to be one of them. You know.
yeah, it's just like me over here in this area where I'm at. I mean, uh, there's so many damn cousins of mine around here. I don't even know how they're all related, and I don't even know most of them. You know.
Yeah, it's like that sometimes. You know.
Yeah.
I
But that,
didn't have that at all, man. I was like the last male in my line. When my dad died in '69, I was the last living male with this name. And all the rest, I had two sisters and my mom, and we never went anywhere with it. So my family's gone extinct. My name's going extinct, So there's
Well,
there's
no, I
none.
appreciate you being here. Still the same, Holly Ollie Oxenfree. You know, for whatever purpose or reason.
right.
As long as you're honorable and trustable, I appreciate your presence.
But
I mean,
that
if I do
people
have a kid out there, I hope it's a male, a heterosexual male. I hope that's what, if there's a lost child out there somewhere,
We've
carry
had
it
a
on.
lot. You know, we've had Australians, we've had the heteros, we've had the all different versions. You know, the Canadians. Um, you know,
that that people search can backfire though, because um somehow we found out that a daughter-in-law that passed away, her sister was using one of my children's names as
That's not a backfire. That's a win-win. It's just somebody, That's why I always do searches on my shit. You guys do that. You check up on yourself because you all should.
It's like that six degrees of separation or some shit like that. Yeah, like
I appreciate you being here supporting the home team. I'll definitely check your channel out. I don't know if you have any content, but I'll definitely check it out.
That's messed up there, Bonnie.
yeah, I know. That's identity theft.
Yep. I mean, that's another thing, brother. The reason why I do not like digital currency and digital ID, because it's so easy for all these fucking scammers to get your fucking identity and this and that, get into your financial shit, just getting into your ID, blah 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 blah, because it all be connected. And I'm like, dude, fucking hey, dude, it's nowhere near secure.
And I don't even know. Sometimes I don't know, man. When I first started doing this on this channel years ago, shortly after I did my first video or whatever, somebody cloned me here, all right? And it's still there. They've got like 36 subs or something the last I looked. They used my name, they used my picture, they even took my videos off my page and reposted them on their page like they fucking cloned me. And I don't know who it is, and I probably never will. And it was reported and all, but it's still there. So what the fuck? Why do people do that shit? Some of this shit is just confusing to me. All right, I don't understand the benefit somebody of cloning me in my page.
You see what Pilgrim said? Search his name yesterday. 5 guys. Same name. Not one of them was.
Oh shit! Back in 2012 or something like that, I did my real name on Facebook. Fucking 50 fucking people with my first, middle, and last name on Facebook. 50.
What in the world?
Yep.
Is
Really
your
weird.
name John Smith?
No.
I'm actually a friend with a guy that has the same first and last name, but he lives up north and I live down south, but we're actually friends on Facebook.
Huh.
I mean, seriously, if you guys are on Facebook, but I don't really fuck with it. But I mean, if you're on Facebook, for instance, just do a Google, just do a regular search on Facebook with your name or whatever, and see how many people pop up with that same exact thing. That's fucking crazy.
So Ken knows his doppelganger, and your doppelganger got cloned.
A lot.
Man, it's like 3rd generation. Deep.
What kind of kids come out of that?
Say 1 in 5 panel members could possibly be a clone.
I mean, an army of wingnuts.
What I read somewhere. 1 in 5 panel members.
I was just thinking about the impact of an army of wingnuts.
How do you know if? Yeah, well, yeah, the Wingnut Collective. Please join. I mean, if you were a clone, but you didn't know you were a clone, how would you know if you were a clone?
Well, I just saw something called Invincible. There's a cartoon superhero out called Invincible right now, and it's just that calamity where these 2 cloned supervillains, one of them gets killed every now and then, and the other one just goes, no problem, I'll make a new clone of my brother. And now they've done it so many times, they don't know which one's the original, if there's even an original left.
Dang.
Wow. You know what would be interesting? I don't know who knows how to do it. An AI video.
Of?
With. Like.
What was it? What you said? What'd you say again?
Yeah, you blinked out on us when you said what it was.
An AI video with all of us. Like.
Oh, I've been trying to get Craig or somebody to make me into a pot plant. I want to morph into a pot plant.
Lord.
That could happen.
I know it could happen.
With the fucking was it the Alice in Wonderland cat sitting next to you, fucking smoking?
Well, I'll put my ghillie suit on and everything. I'll put my ghillie suit on so it's an easier transformation.
There you go. Perfect. We need to get some headshots.
Okay, and I was thinking created personality.
I did that just so they could use it. I posted a picture of my headshot.
You got to keep it fresh, you know. The AI is advancing, man.
Oh.
No, Craig told me somehow AI doesn't grab my image good. It really doesn't want to. It doesn't want to see me.
AI is anti you.
Yeah.
Could be because you're camouflage. It doesn't sense some different color variations.
Oh, I can tell you the translators don't like me much neither. If you ever go read the transcripts of one of my videos or something, that's fucking entertaining.
I noticed they put commentary on mine, and whenever it gets to you, it just shows a bunch of dots, like it's flatlined. You know, you can hear you, but it don't know what to do.
Right.
Oh, damn, check this out. I was going to make a short of a video. I'm like, damn, it'll just be like a bunch of dots.
Never mind. I didn't know it's already been done. I was just...
What's that?
Making AI videos. I thought it...
Well, it can be done. These things can be done.
I know
Apparently,
it can be.
It's not even that hard. It's like it does it for you, Bonnie. You could probably do it yourself. I saw
they create the League of Unextraordinary Gentlemen.
I have one.
What do you want to turn into, Bonnie? What do you want to turn into?
I didn't turn into anything. I was just thinking with exaggerated personalities, but
oh yeah, kind of like an avatar, yeah.
And talking about doppelgangers, I just shared something, Watt. Tell me if
I
this
don't
ain't a
know. I was
doppelganger.
thinking about a horse and a beach again, but that was just me.
Oh, Lord.
I'm on the left. That's another guy on the right.
Damn. Yeah, I can see that a little bit. Yeah.
My wife and daughter came across that, and they thought I had like another fake Facebook or something. Like, nope, that's not
Yeah,
me.
I can
You
see
got a
that,
whole
dude.
nother family somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
there
was
you
your
go.
dad
You ever need a
away from
fill-in?
home a lot?
I'm like, damn, are we related? Different last names.
That's a pretty good likeness there. You could pass as like, a body double for,
There
Central
you
Yeah.
go,
Cash.
dude. They make a movie about your life. There's your guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Bring in this guy.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Oh, there you go. Now we get to just see the scenery.
All right, I
Look
don't
at
know
the
what happened. How
moon.
did everybody disappear? This isn't part of this regularly scheduled program, Bonnie. Oh, damn it. I don't know how you bring
All
everybody
they're
back.
getting is a bunch of disembodied
You
voices.
got to go. You got to
We're-
go to the 3 dot thing, and then it gives you the option. I think
Oh,
We're
damn
all-
it. I don't even know where that's at, bro.
the 3
Just-
dot. Oh, are you on the phone?
No, never mind. Let's just leave it like this. Let's just reminisce on what could have been and
Okay.
being unburdened by what could have been as well.
Did you catch anything yet? I better
Did
buy.
We caught something. We cast many nets here tonight, I'm sure.
it.
Oh, it's a
Faith?
party now.
Yeah.
Yep, she's going to bed. Fuego. I appreciate you checking in. I appreciate you. Always peaceful
So, okay.
slumbers.
So, okay, I want to ask you guys. Now, this is something I've only noticed in like the past decade or so, but when I was a kid, when I looked up at the moon and it was a crescent moon, it was always a vertical crescent. All right. But in the
Mhm.
past 10 years, I've been noticing
It's
that
horizontal.
it'll be, it would be horizontal where it's like a smiley face looking crescent. And I'm like,
It's
what the
different
fuck is going
phases.
on?
It's
You know?
just different phases. I remember the cradle when I was young too, but it's
I've
not very
never
often.
really, and I've looked up to the sky many, 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 many times in my life, and I don't remember it ever happening like that when I was younger. So
I do. They called it
Look
a
out,
cradle.
with but
I probably just sorry. I didn't mean to send half of my audience into a pre-seizure epidemic. I was just pressing buttons. These things may or may not happen here. There you go. I just found something new. Watch
just
out.
beware to have flashing lights. Yeah.
No. Could have that soon. There could be flashing lights.
Yeah, I mean,
if you could come back as something, what would you want to come back as?
Something.
spider monkey.
There you go. We need more spider monkeys.
I
I don't
I
know.
wouldn't want to come
Something.
back, man. I wouldn't want to come back.
An elephant.
mean, like, let me ask you this, Bonnie. If you had the choice of coming back as anything, even another human, would you come back as a human or come back as an animal?
No, that might change things up. I might come back as Sophia Vergara if that was the option.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, okay, I'd rather be a human, but if it
Yeah, if you can have a choice, if you had the choice between like either that or an animal, yeah.
Zorro
No,
Dominus.
dude, I hope this is the end, man. I don't want to come back here. I want to move on to the next stage.
Could
Well,
be
it
my
might, I mean,
doppelganger.
it's quite possible it wouldn't be on in this realm. It probably might be in another world and another dimension somewhere else. It could be.
If I'm going to go somewhere else, I want to be the same person I am right now.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah.
and
Go ahead.
maybe. But okay, knowing what I know now, being the same person, I could handle that.
See, that would be interesting if you had the memories and all the knowledge that was gained by your ancestors now. I mean, can you imagine how much, I guess, smarter you would be than, because if you had all the experiences that your ancestors gathered and you can remember that, that'd be cool.
Like the Borg. You're trying
I
to assimilate
appreciate you
it?
being here, Zorro. However, your travels may have led you here.
And some tribes believe that that is so. They like it's a genetic thing.
Well,
that
like the
they
Dalai Lama. You know how
Yes.
they picked the Dalai Lama, Bonnie?
No.
They lay out a blanket full of the past Dalai Lama's possessions, and they wait for the new Dalai Lama to recognize his possessions and claim them.
Isn't that how, like, what's his, what was that, Eddie Murphy movie, man?
Coming to America?
Yeah, coming to, or like, yeah, where the kid was the fucking, like, this superhero or whatever.
The
Oh, you're
golden
talking
golden
about
child.
Golden Child, that's it.
Golden
Yeah.
Child, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but this is a
Yeah.
true thing. The Dalai Lama one's real, and they've been doing it for centuries.
I love the
They say
golden child.
Yeah.
the Dalai Lama is said to be the same Dalai Lama from the very beginning.
How old is the current Dalai Lama?
I think he's pretty young, the new one.
Pretty young. Still got a while to go then.
Still a young
Force
whippersnapper.
is still strong with him though. For sure.
I have never looked into the Dalai Lama.
Well, it's also in that they, they, in that, in what they, how they see the universe is, our souls is what they call the wheel of life, basically a reincarnation and stuff like that, where
Yeah,
you
they are definitely
live
the
many
first ones.
lives, and until you can actually attain enlightenment, or you know what I'm saying.
Whenever reincarnation is mentioned, they're first and foremost in my mind when it comes to that. But have you ever heard like stories of kids that said that they told their parents that I died in World War II or something, and they can actually, there's one of them actually led them to the crashed plane site in the ocean, said that he died in that plane.
Huh. I wouldn't doubt it,
The Dalai Lama is 90 years old.
90. Yep, 90.
I'm glad
Okay,
y'all.
so they haven't got the new one yet. For some reason,
Damn,
I
if
thought we
90's
already
the
got
new
the
young shoot, man, I'm on the up and up, bro. We're on the good side of things.
Right?
Damn. Hell, we're
He's just
living.
a youngster. He's just a youngster.
Livin.
Well, he said
Well,
he's
I
hoping
forgot how
to.
old I was, man. I forgot how old I was.
It said he's hoping to live beyond 130.
Oh, dude, I gotta see this new shit. I'm rooting for him, bro. Hell. Give us all hope we can live to 130.
Right?
Hell,
Be
I
Well,
can't
right
man,
remember
there
it's
in
who.
line.
another fucking Mandela effect, man. I could have sworn they picked a new one, man. What's going on?
I'm telling you, you got Ultra Mandela, you know? You got MK Mandela.
They picked a
I'm
new
just
pope.
The current
Yes,
the
He's
current
who that
Dalai
is.
Lama,
The new pope. See, okay.
the
Okay,
current
let me ask you. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say that the current Dalai Lama became the Dalai Lama at age 15 back in like
1930s. Now I
or
know what I'm
something, but
thinking. Yeah,
they don't say what year.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think it was the 30s. I think
He was
you're.
born
That's what I was thinking.
1935.
Yeah.
Are
Now
you ready?
I'm
okay,
getting out of
ready?
the.
Ready? Go.
In 1950s when he became the Dalai Lama.
3 things, right? But which one?
You got your item pick?
What are you talking about? Like for like a bug out thing or whatever? What is it? What are you talking about?
Oh, he said that he is the golden child. He said everyone can do it. Choose any 3 things. Are you ready? Before I
Oh,
ask,
man.
All the things you do belong to you. And I say the thing. All right, yes, the thing belongs to me.
Yep.
What, $1 million
Yep.
belongs to me?
If you can guess this specific item, you may be the golden child. You may be Chuck Norris reincarnated. I'll say that here. I'll get that rumor started.
I identify as Chuck Norris reincarnated.
See? You could be you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. The ball's in your court. Now you have to say the thing.
Right, because I'm really concentrating on it.
Yeah, I've concentrated too hard. I think I've so hard that I forgot what it was.
I'm holding it in my hand.
I don't think you can say that on live anymore. Can't say holding in hand in the same sentence. You know, it sucks. You know, you want to have your picnic talks, but yeah. They said the thing. Get them. Get them. Might have went into deep hypnosis. Sometimes the golden child's known to do that, you know.
Yes.
They go into such high assumption, they just vibrate out of the room off panel.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, it's I mean, this is just me thinking crazy talk, but it's probably possible that we are capable of doing that naturally. It's just being able to, train ourselves and on how to do it. It's kind of like when you were talking about like the force. I'm like, dude, I'm sitting here across the room from me is a can of WD-40, and I want that sucker to come into my hand right now. And trying to harness the force, which is possibly, most likely, and probably is true that it is real.
And, yeah.
You know. So I mean, where is it? Well, how do I attain that? How do I get that can of WD-40 come over here in my
I
hand?
definitely believe we're capable of doing a lot more than we allow ourselves to do at times, whatever it may be. I don't know if it may be as far as having the force, you know, levitate, bringing stuff to you, going Lucy, going Skywalker mode, whatever it may be. But I think we're definitely capable of a lot more.
There is no try.
And
Sir Anderson, good evening. Good to see you.
Wingnut, you really have to clear your
So-
mind and have an open mind to be able to do that. Like,
Look, man, the minute that Wingnut pulls off telekinesis, it's all over, folks. You know,
All right.
Well, okay, put it this way. I promise I will use it for good.
No,
you mean like
you did on good for us. You know.
women's the blouse buttons? Or what are we talking good?
You can't regulate your powers when you're not around. You know, just don't do bad.
As long as he ain't been MK Ultra.
You know, bad telekinesis.
Right. Yeah, I will use it for good. Yeah.
It's like back in the day when you couldn't use it till after 9 p.m., you know.
Well, I don't know if you guys have ever considered this, if ever been asked this. I don't know how nerdy this group is, but
I'm shutting my brain off.
What would the 3 superpowers that you wish you could have of any supervillain or superhero in the known DC or Marvel universe and beyond? What would be the superpowers that you most desired?
only 3.
Only 3. You get
Only 3, dude.
3 superpowers.
That's a lot.
It is a lot if you pick the right one.
Okay, me personally, all right. I like be able to. I'd like to be able to like shoot lightning bolts out of my hand, kind of like Raiden. All right, I like that.
Yeah.
All right, and then I also like the ability to of invisibility, where I can just become invisible whenever I want.
Right.
And then I also like the ability to teleport myself to anywhere. You know,
Right.
and
Anybody
those are
else
the 3
got
things.
any volunteer? He didn't even touch flight. Most people go for flight.
Well, that's one of mine.
That's one of mine too. Flight, invisibility. I haven't thought of the third one yet.
Mine is.
I mean, you got super speed. You got, invulnerability. There's all different options. You could be a plastic man. There's thousands of options.
Because
You could
I mean, not only teleport to like different locations, like different times, that would be kind of cool. Just be able to teleport.
that
That's
would be my three right there, Wingnut. And they all start with the same thing. I would want telekinesis, teleportation, and be able to read people's minds.
oh, that would be cool. It would get noisy as hell, but it would be cool.
Yeah.
Because seriously,
Yeah.
unless you got a volume knob and a fucking channel
Or
changer,
or a on off switch or something.
yeah, you got to have that fucking hooked in there too.
Well,
Yep.
telepathy, they say that, since we only supposedly use 10% of our brains, that telepathy may actually be something that at some point we were or might be capable of.
Yeah. I think it's
If it,
real.
if it
I
could
think
be
it's
We
to the
real.
level of like we have a conversation, if we walk up to each other and me and you don't want to speak, we don't have to. But if we want to speak, we can. Maybe to whatever level that may be. But I wouldn't just want to read people's minds or thoughts.
know.
Did you
Um,
ever see when
good
Superman
or
first
bad.
got his powers? When there's a scene where, one of the Supermen, because there's more than one Superman, but at one point he got his super hearing, and he could hear the whole city at once, and it was driving him mad. He
Oh
had to
yeah.
fly
Right.
out in space to
Yeah,
get the
it
hell
drives
away
me
from it.
nuts.
It's really crazy because there was one time I was tripping on acid and I was sitting out in the middle of the national forest. All right, so there was there was probably about another 100 people camped all over the national forest, but I was like in an area where I was away from a lot of people, and I was just sitting there listening, and I could not find one moment in time where there was complete silence. And I was like, the silence is deafening because you know what I mean? Because I just can't find it. It's like there's not one microsecond of complete silence.
I've
If there is,
experienced multiple
right.
levels of that one.
It's tough, yeah.
You think about it though, it's like I'm in the national forest, so I mean, and you think about all the little crickets and all that other shit. But you think about it, you get into the city. I mean, it's even worse. I mean, things that you can't even audibly hear.
Yeah.
Like
That
you drown
ambient
out the
noise.
the sound of that fucking compressor or the refrigerator pump coming on and all that stuff. You don't hear it anymore, but it does
It's
it.
just like
You know?
light. It becomes ambient noise,
Yeah,
where it's a
exactly.
constant.
Yeah,
Yeah, natural sounds, the sounds that just don't come organically unless they're created.
right.
Well,
But even
Mary
then,
wants to be invisible too. It's usually the dudes that pick invisible for obvious
Oh,
reasons.
Mary's a watcher. I like it.
yeah,
I knew there was
I
something about Mary. I knew there was
mean,
something about Mary.
put it this way. Put it this way, you guys check this out. If I can teleport myself to any place in time, any location and time, and then become
No, those are
invisible,
two
I can
different
sit there
things.
and
No, that's two
observe
different.
actual things going on. Yeah.
Right, but that's two different powers. Teleportation is to move from one location to the other. Most superheroes or villains can't do that unless they can see or know where they're going. But time travels, that's a different deal. That's two. That's two superpowers. You got to count those as
Ooh,
two.
she's a watcher and a mind reader.
Oh,
Dang.
okay.
I'm surprised at the mind reading because that's an invasion of privacy. That's what we're all fighting right now with these,
NSA.
yeah.
Mhm.
Why? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You were surprised that I would want the mind reading. Is that what you said?
I'm surprised at how many people are wanting mind reading because it's an
Oh,
invasion of privacy. And that's what we're fighting against right now is them being able to read or control our mind.
true. But we're talking a fictional superhero villain scenario where I was like, I've thought about this for a long time, and that's why all of mine start with tele. Telekinetic, telepathy, teleportation. I was trying to come up with my own, superhero.
Who knows? We may be uh, what do they call it? Self predictive programming ourselves.
Oh well, when I get my damn superpowers, you guys know it. But I'm gonna tell you. I mean, when I'm due for it, I'm like, where's the
gotta
magic pill?
fall into
You know, it's like
a
what's
okay.
that?
There's only so many ways. You want the electric thing. You're gonna have to get hit by either lightning, or you're gonna have a high voltage accident and survive
You
it.
got to do like a
Or
sacrifice.
you're gonna have to fall into like a vat of
Mhm.
chemicals,
Right.
or be
Get
exposed to some kind of meteorite or something like that.
yeah, bit by a radioactive spider.
Um,
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you're gonna have to take some suffering to get to the good stuff.
yeah. You got to do a whole Aluma Tiki bar thing. You had to do that. Yeah. Ooh. You had to do the 33 levels of electrocution.
so what would it be, Watt? I haven't got to say either, but I'm just wondering what yours would be.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
I always thought it ain't really what. I guess it could be a superpower, but not really so much. I wish I had the ability to like understand or speak every language. You know, just to be able to go up anywhere in my travels in the world, and they can understand me, and I can understand them.
There is superheroes that do that. It's like the
Whatever it may
universal
be. You know,
translator. You
even
need
if
a
they didn't
universal.
care to acknowledge me, or maybe I didn't care to really acknowledge them, we could understand what was being said. That'd be pretty cool.
But that's
To not run
telepathy.
into
All right?
anybody
Listen,
and not
no,
be able to speak to them. You know,
but that's
Be-
telepathy, Watt. When you read a person's mind, you know their
no,
thoughts, so you don't need language anymore. That's the
no, I
only
don't
way
want
to
to
have
telepathize.
universal.
Hey,
I want to
what,
visualize and sympathize and realize the
what,
realize with your real eye.
what
You know,
does the the
get the
voice
feel it if you're
in a deaf
old.
girl? If a deaf girl hears voices in her head, what do they sound like?
Everything
no,
you never know.
you did not do that.
That was good. That was good.
Sometimes silence can be more deafening than sounds itself. You know.
Yeah.
And you don't
Yeah,
realize what
silence
all
is
the little
deafening.
sounds and stuff are around you. And like instances where disasters or you lose power or something, and all you just hear is just nothing. And like, man, you didn't realize how quiet nature could be.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, like I said, I was sitting in next to a fire at a campsite in the middle of the damn national forest. All right. And I was tripping on LSD. So my senses are a little bit heightened at that time. But
Little bit.
everything, there was not a single fucking, micro moment of silence. It was always there was always something like a cricket or a fucking bird flapping or something. There was always something that was
Yep.
taking up every space with some
You
kind
know,
of sound.
you were pretty messed up because first it was acid, now it's LSD. You
Well,
don't
the
even
acid and LSD are the same thing.
Oh,
know they're
by
not.
the way, it's safe to joke about deaf people on the internet because they can't hear us.
Oh my God. I don't know.
Yeah, there's no transcript either. No,
Nope, nothing.
no.
Okay,
The visual display.
Carl said 3. Still want the golden rope because of
Heck yeah.
everything that it can
We
do,
know why you want the rope. All right, I know. You're a
and it
cowboy.
makes people tell the truth. They can't lie. So there's that.
I was just thinking because you were a cowgirl in Texas.
Nope. And being able to fly, but controlling it.
Of course, yeah,
Yeah, landing is
Wait a
always a
minute,
trick.
why did you
yeah.
add that? Wait, I got to back up. Why did you add that last part? Did you have trouble flying before, Bonnie?
Yes. Yes.
Didn't have enough hairspray.
And the third one,
I don't know. I've just got the picture of the flying nun. Anybody remember the flying nun? Because that
Yes.
just came to me.
Yeah.
would be being discernment, being able to discern evil from good.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. All right, there is like automatic lie detectors. A superpower
Well,
could be like the ability to tell a lie or to read a lie. So you
well,
wouldn't really need that if you had the lasso.
Well, I was going to say also, it'd be like for me, how I imagined it when you were saying that. I was thinking about the movie They Live, kind of like the glasses, where you can actually see who's who, because you can see their true face and all that shit. But you don't need the glasses; you just can see them, that kind of thing. That's what I thought of when you said that, Bonnie.
Well, the demon Extrogen, which is like a anti-hero, he sees the souls of people like Ghost Rider. He knows if you're good or bad. He knows Santa's list.
Oh
Okay, being
shit!
able to smell evil,
Right.
not reading minds, not, but the true thing, definite, because yeah.
You can't lie to the Ghost Rider, so that's kind of like, yeah, that is a power, but he got it from the devil. The devil gave him that power.
It would be
Well,
cool to teleport if you didn't lose any molecules or anything, you know? Like you didn't lose something in the process. That'd be cool. Save on airline
Yeah,
fare.
end up like a puddle on a transporter bay, like in
Yeah,
Star
boom.
Trek. When the
I could
transporter
just
fucks up.
imagine, boom, I'm in Savannah, and boom, I'm there. Ain't got to drive, ain't got to do nothing, boom, I'm checking in at the Velatio Suites.
Wait a minute, what if you could do weight loss like that? You transport yourself on a transporter and like you want to lose
I could
30
do that.
pounds or
I could
something.
use a few pounds. I could do for a few trips. We'll do it gradually, see how far we go.
I mean, you could even change clothes in transit. You could pop out of one place wearing something when you
That might be
pop into
too
the
much. You
room.
might just, who knows what might happen. Got to be able to maintain it, you know? Got to be able to
Well,
maintain the atom propulsion displacement. That's the
you
biggest
don't want
thing,
to,
You can push it, but you got to maintain the displacement, you
right?
know?
Or you end up like one of them bodies stuck in the hull of
Or
the
you go
Philadelphia
from
experiment.
an entirely intact apple to applesauce. Remember, like in the Willy Wonka, remember when he took the little kid that liked the TV? Remember he zapped him and made him into the TV particles? He's like, look at him. He's
Yeah.
just floating up in the air.
Right.
Mhm.
Actually, if you look at that whole movie, dude, it's kind of weird.
That's what we're living in. We're living in the age of the Willy Wonka. Welcome to the chocolate factory.
Oh man, I started thinking about like what kind of imagine the bunker you could have if you had one of those elevators.
Oh, yeah. Just go down about 3 stories and just chill out. Hopefully that'll be deep enough to defy the anti-gravity period we shall face.
I think I would go
You might as
nuts if
well
it was
jump.
false.
How long could you like if you had a bunker and you were sharing it with other families and stuff like that? How long do you think you could last in that? I mean, without going
Until
crazy,
somebody
for instance.
finds you. Until somebody finds you and opens you up like a buried pinata.
No, I'm just saying until you go crazy, for instance.
Yeah,
With
it's
other
tough.
Oh, I don't think
I'm a
I
nature
think I'd
person. I
last
love
a
to be out
long
in
time.
nature and feel the sun, the breeze.
yes.
Yeah, no, I think I could
Know that
last
you
a
couldn't
long
go out
time.
is a different mental state than just going in there for a little bit and coming out.
Did you say with other people though?
Yeah, like if you were in there and with other families, for instance.
Yeah, we're all locked in the bunker together. It's just
Yeah.
us
At
Yeah,
least,
bunkering
I'd
it out.
probably be better off alone. I could probably last longer alone than I could with people.
Yeah, sadly, me too. It just depends on, I don't know. It just depends. I don't know.
not
I'd want
me.
out. After being around people too much, I'd want out. I'd want to get away at some point.
Damn.
Get me out of
We're
here.
drawing straws. Who's going out today?
I'd be
Me,
fine
I'm
with
going.
the
I
other people
volunteer. Give me some
There you
cigarettes. I'll
go.
be back.
if they didn't want to eat me.
We'll take volunteers. That saves us from the straw process. We save a straw, save a life. Just what was that? We'll fall out, like Fallout. We'll just go out and see what's
Right.
out there.
Yeah.
That'd be fun for me. I will do that part. I will go on scout patrol, whatever. I'll go do that part.
All right,
I
boom.
mean,
We'll make that happen. A lot better
there's
than that.
probably some real life Fallout type of shit going
You're a
on right now.
post-apocalyptic
That
northeastern region
reminds me, though.
correspondent.
That's the piece of gear I seriously am going to buy me a Geiger counter. I used to have one, and I want it back.
Yeah.
I want another one.
Oh, you had the real deal one, dude. They don't even make
I
them
had a
like that no
yellow
more.
civil defense one. I didn't have the good
Yeah.
one. The one I
Oh, well,
want's
that's
got a
what you
little
needed in the
line.
anti-gravity experience, dude. A propulsion device.
If it was
Well,
winter, I could do it at least 4 months.
Got a lot to
there's a
get done in less
movie.
than 4 months.
There's a movie about World War II. This British officer decides he's going to assassinate Adolf Hitler. And
Huh.
Peter O'Toole plays the main role of this movie. It's called Rogue Male. All right. And in this movie, it's a failed assassination attempt, and he gets away. All right. Well, they actually catch him. They beat him to fucking near death and throw him off a cliff, assuming he's dead, but he survives and crawls off. And he makes his way across the countryside and gets away from the everybody that's pursuing him, because it's not just Germans. It's, different towns are aware of his area and stuff. But in the movie, he finds a rabbit hole, and he digs the rabbit hole open and enlarges it, and he just moves right in with his knapsack and whatever he can scrounge from around town. And he's living in this rabbit hole, hiding away from everybody, and he befriends a cat. One of the local cats finds him in the hole and he feeds him. Well, one day there's a patrol out looking for him, and the cat is seen going into the hole, and it gives away his location. And he doesn't give himself up. He's like, I ain't coming out, and they're gonna shoot him or something. And he devises his own crossbow, knowing he's gonna get killed. He devises his own little crossbow, and when the dude that's been hunting him through the whole movie looks into the rabbit hole for just a second, flap, he fucking nails him in the eye and kills his fucking pursuer before they all kill him.
Hey,
That was your
definitely a
movie
gotcha
review
sucker
for the
moment.
night.
Dude, I've been watching these videos of like the Ukraine Russian stuff where they're doing all these drone attacks and stuff, with like regular drones and then drones with fiber optics and shit like that. And
Yeah.
dude, I mean, they are literally I mean, they're just like they'll find somebody that's like hiding in a foxhole or something like that, and they'll go after these guys and fly that sucker right into that thing and blow it up. And it's just
Mhm.
craziness, man. You see these over and over and over again. Yeah, I'm just looking at the future of the warfare. Is nothing going to be drones,
It
or
already is,
something like that.
man. And now what you should be looking for is, throughout history, somebody devises a weapon that is superior over everyone else's, and then something else enters the theater to counter that every time. So what's going to counter the drones? There is anti-drone technology. There's, people have come up with ways of using fishing nets and different kinds of lines, and just tactics to use against the drones. So that's, to me, I know the drone warfare is already here. It's the anti-drone,
Well, even
or
then, like there's this one video where there was just like one section of road they had covered it with netting, so the drones they wouldn't hit the road or whatever. But anyway, that netting wasn't like metal netting; it was just regular netting. So the other side, I think it was the Ukraine side or whatever, but they decided they got another drone that had a flamethrower on it and went up and down that fucking road and torched every bit of that netting. So it's just an
yeah,
advancing of techniques and stuff like that of
yeah,
anti
that's
drone to anti drone shit. You know what I mean?
right.
Um,
That's exact. It's not like I'm not getting joy from warfare, but that is the counter moves is what interests me, especially historically speaking.
But that's the thing, though. It's like, and this is I'm watching this as it's playing out, kind of thing, and I'm like, okay, dude, this is what future warfare, other than just a whole bunch of bombs, depending, a lot of times, especially when it comes down to like taking people out, one by one, because I mean, these guys, these military guys, they're hiking in, what is it, like 6 or 7 fucking drones on a backpack. So you think you get about a dozen guys with backpacks of these fucking drones. You got 100 drones you can put up, and so
Sometimes it's using something like that in the field that they'll learn a technique or a tactic to use that, like in World War II, they had all these hedges the tanks couldn't bust through. So some good old farm boy come up with a rake on the front of the tanks and it would plow right through the hedges and it allowed them to advance. It's like on the fly improvising, and modifying a tactic or a counter tactic. That
I
stuff
tell you,
right there.
I tell you another tactic that I find interesting. Well, they'll have a drone operator, all right, for one side or whatever. He'll fly his drone over next to one of these roads where he knows there's going to be some, like, the enemy going to be using it for transport or whatever. So he'll fly it over and he'll land it somewhere next to the road and just sit there and lie there and wait. And he'll sit there and keep his eyeballs on the camera. And as soon as he sees an enemy thing, those propellers start up and it flies right into it, blows it up. I was like, that's just because it's like a lie in wait tactic. You know what I mean? I thought that was just pretty interesting how they're using it for like that.
Sounds like a cop behind a billboard.
Exactly, exactly. You know, I mean, it just eliminates putting like improvised explosives in the road. You just land a fucking drone right next to it wherever you want, and laying and waiting and hiding. And when you come up, when you come pulling on the road, just pull it up, boom, right there. You know, and it's an interesting tactic. It's an old tactic, but it's an interesting one in the modern day.
I don't know about that, John, but I did have an opportunity. I think it was the early '90s that I could have bought 1950s U.S. Navy drones. They're probably as big as a Tomahawk cruise missile, but they were these remote controlled targets for ship target practice. And it came with a church pew sized remote control. I could have bought it for $5,000 a piece, surplus. It's not a practical purchase, but it made me realize we've had that technology as far back as 1950 that I know of for sure. Drones have been around.
Well, it's just getting even worse now because the AI is starting to become autonomous to the point where it makes decisions on who to target and what to target and all that stuff. That's the part that
The
exactly.
ghost didn't like that. The ghost didn't like that at all. Maybe they're ghost cows, like moo.
Where's the beef? That's perfect.
That sounds like that hang gliding experience all over again.
He probably won't be making it to the sequel.
Like somebody being thrown or something. Ah.
That sounds like the audience is in like another dimension or something from my end. Very
Right,
ethereal.
right.
Oh, I love it. I think I figured out what my other superpower may be. I think I'm gonna perform a disappearing act. Are y'all with me or not?
Okay.
Yeah, that's Houdini.
I feel pretty complete, you know. Maybe
Yeah,
somebody found
pretty
something,
much
maybe they lost something, you know, maybe they gained something, maybe they
all of the
experienced something
above.
they didn't know they could experience, you know. Maybe we turned somebody completely off from YouTube altogether by watching this broadcast. I can take credit for that. You know, I appreciate that's
We
still the
saved
same. You know, if
somebody.
that happened, please
You
email me. I will
you
gladly
mean
share your experiences here.
we might have saved somebody from the internet? You mean?
Yeah, I could have. Yeah, I could have saved somebody from the internet. You know what I mean? That could be a
Fuck you and
testimony
your
to share
YouTube
here.
you wrote in on, yeah.
My broadcast just really just took them to that level. You know, if I made somebody really step away, I appreciate that.
Right?
What about y'all? You got any final
It's a
thoughts,
public
comments,
service.
concerns?
No,
What do y'all
not
think about it?
anymore. Not
Then I can.
anymore. I feel like we really did something here now.
The more you know.
Unless you want to know. Sometimes I don't know.
That
Well,
is
Thank
the internet. That is the internet. You just nailed it. The more you know, the less you want to know. That's the internet in a pinch.
Okay.
definitely appreciate each and every one of you that tuned in at some point, that may possibly tune in the future. Who knows, you know? Who knows what you may get here at Watts World. But until we meet again, this wraps up another episode. I put the link in chat if anybody wants to come back, talk about
If
it,
you
whatever it
dare.
is, feel free. All are welcome. But until
If
then,
you,
we
hey,
out,
I'm
y'all.
topless. You want to come backstage? I'm topless back
You
here.
just scared away all my possible
No,
backstagians,
I
you know?
didn't.
I don't know. You may have just unlocked some new character unlocks. Let's see.